Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The river that runs backward, in a land where the sun kissed the earth with gentle rays, and the mountains stood tall like ancient guardians, there was a river unlike any other. It flowed through valleys and hills, twisting and turning with a rhythm that seemed to follow a secret song. The people who lived along its banks called it Icarus, the river of reverse time. It wasn't like any river they had ever seen before. Instead of flowing toward the sea, Icarus defied nature itself. Its waters surged upward, into the mountains from which it came, climbing against the natural flow, creating a path that only the bravest dared to follow. The legend of Icarus was known throughout the region. It was said that the river held the power to reverse time itself, to undo the past, and grant second chances to those who were desperate enough to seek its magic. But there was a catch, a price for altering the fabric of time. No one who had ventured to the river had ever returned the same, and some say they never returned at all. Aurelia, a young woman from the village of Relner, had heard the stories all her life. Her mother had often spoken of the river in hushed tones, warning her to never get too close. But as Aurelia grew older, the idea of Icarus lingered in her heart, an unanswered question she couldn't ignore. For her, the tales of the river were more than just stories. They were a call. Her family had suffered a great loss. Her younger brother, Eli, had vanished without a trace 2 years ago, leaving a hollow ache in Aurelia's heart that refused to fade. Despite all her efforts, she had never found him, and the pain of his absence consumed her every waking moment. The villagers said he had wandered too far into the wilderness, that the river might have taken him, and the curse of Icarus had claimed yet another soul, but Aurelia didn't believe it. She couldn't. She refused to accept that Eli was gone forever. The tales of the river gave her hope, and though she knew the risks, she couldn't bear to live with the possibility that her brother was lost because she didn't try. One evening, under the light of a crescent moon, Aurelia stood by the river's edge, her feet barely touching the damp earth. The air was thick with the scent of pine and wet moss, the only sound the soft murmur of the water rushing past her. She gazed at the dark waters of Icarus, which sparkled under the moonlight, a strange, otherworldly glow emanating from its depths. Aurelia had heard the rumors, the whispers of those who had seen the river flow backward, of people who had attempted to change their fate and had paid the price for it. Yet, none of those stories told her what would happen if she succeeded. Would the river bring Eli back? Would she undo the pain of losing him? Her heart pounded in her chest, a mixture of fear and longing swirling within her. She closed her eyes and whispered a prayer, asking the river for one chance to reclaim what had been taken from her. "Please," she whispered, the words carried away by the wind. "Give me back my brother." A soft breeze stirred the water, and for a brief moment, Aurelia thought she heard a distant voice calling her name, faint and almost lost in the sound of the river's current. She gasped, her heart leaping in her chest, but when she opened her eyes, the river was as still as ever. The voice was gone, still, something had shifted. She could feel it in the air, a subtle change, a weight that hung over her, urging her to take the next step. She had come this far, and she couldn't turn back now. With trembling hands, she reached down, cupping a handful of water from Icarus. The coolness of it seemed to seep into her skin, and as the water trickled through her fingers, she swore she felt something stir within the depths of the river. It was as if the river was alive, aware of her presence, responding to her touch. Aurelia's breath quickened, and in that moment, she made her choice. I will find him, she vowed, her voice firm, her heart resolute. I will undo what has been lost. With that, she stepped into the water, her feet sinking into the river's strange current. The chill of Icarus enveloped her. But it wasn't cold, it was something deeper, something that felt as though it reached into the very fabric of time itself. The world around her seemed to shimmer and blur, the air growing thick with magic. The river's flow began to change, as if responding to her will. It slowed, then reversed, the water pushing back against the earth as if willing itself to turn around. The current thickened, and Aurelia felt an invisible force pulling her deeper into the heart of the river. She gripped the water tightly, her mind focused on the one thing she desired most, to find Eli. She felt the pull of the river, stronger now, as though it was willing her to follow it, to trust in its power. It was a dangerous path, and she knew the price would be steep, but she couldn't stop now. The river that ran backward had answered her call, but the question was, what would it ask of her in return? The water around Aurelia churned, the current growing stronger as the river seemed to surge upward, defying the natural laws of the world. It tugged at her with an almost sentient force, pulling her further into the heart of Icarus, deeper into its ancient flow. The river, once a simple stream in her mind, now felt like a living entity, vast and deep, connected to something far greater than herself. Aurelia's heart raced, but her resolve was unwavering. She had made the decision to follow this river to the end, to unravel the mystery of its backward flow, and to find Eli. The weight of the choice pressed on her chest like a storm cloud, but she could not stop now. She would not stop. The cold water lapped at her ankles, then her knees, then her waist, as she waded deeper into Icarus. The river, though powerful, did not hurt her, it simply was a force of nature. There was something oddly comforting about its steady pull. The trees lining the riverbank had fallen silent, and the world around her seemed to hold its breath. It was as if time itself had bent in the presence of Icarus. Aurelia's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Would the river really turn back time? Could she change the past? Pull Eli from whatever fate had taken him? The stories she had heard were only fragments, half-whispers of travelers who claimed to have glimpsed the river's magic. Some spoke of people who had been able to reverse a single moment of their life, a fleeting instant that haunted them. Others whispered of those who had bargained with the river and paid an unfathomable price. Her feet sank deeper into the water, the river pulling at her like the steady beat of a drum. Aurelia gritted her teeth against the pressure, but she didn't dare let go. Ahead of her, the river narrowed, cutting through jagged rocks, and she knew that she was drawing closer to the heart of Icarus. She had heard the stories of the ones who had tried and failed, those who had entered the river with dreams of changing the past and had never returned. Were they lost forever? Had they paid a price too high to bear? The thought of losing herself in this strange, backward world made her heart tremble. But the memory of Eli, his laugh, his mischievous grin, his warm presence, fueled her courage. She could not, would not, lose him to time. Just as the river seemed to reach its deepest point, Aurelia felt a sudden shift. The water, which had been calm yet forceful, seemed to draw back momentarily, almost as if the river itself was holding its breath. She halted, looking around. The world seemed to slow as the shadows of the trees stretched long across the water's surface, and the stars in the sky flickered faintly, like distant sparks. It was then that she saw it, ahead of her, where the river's flow seemed to twist in on itself. A figure emerged from the water, a pale figure, ethereal and ghostly, standing in the center of the river's winding path. The figure was tall, cloaked in flowing robes of deep blue, their face hidden in shadow, but the faintest glimmer of eyes could be seen, eyes like twin pools of liquid night. Aurelia froze, her breath caught in her throat. The figure was no ordinary traveler. This was something older. Something tied to the river's magic. The figure's voice, low and resonant, echoed through the water and the air. You seek to alter the past, child. To change the course of time itself. Aurelia's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't hesitate. I seek my brother. Eli. I need to find him. Please, help me. The figure's eyes glowed faintly, studying her with a timeless gaze. The river has seen many like you. Those who seek the impossible. But time is not a thing to be played with. It has a cost. What will you give in return? Aurelia's pulse quickened. She had heard of the price, stories of sacrifices, of souls lost to the river. But the thought of her brother, of bringing him back, made her steady. I will give anything. My life, my future, my soul if I must. I just want him back. The figure was silent for a long moment, and the river seemed to quiet in response. As though waiting for a decision. Finally, the voice spoke again, its tone softer but laced with an unspoken warning. The river does not forget. And what is taken will never truly return unchanged. Are you certain? Aurelia's heart ached with the weight of her decision. Could she bear the consequences? Could she live with what she might lose in exchange for the chance to find Eli? She closed her eyes, the faces of her family flashing before her, her parents, Eli, her memories of a life before the tragedy. She opened her eyes again, and in the depths of the river, she saw an image of Eli's face, frozen in time, trapped in some other world. His voice echoed in her mind, "You'll find me. Won't you, Aurelia? Don't leave me behind." Her voice trembled but was firm when she spoke. I'm certain. I'll take the price. I want him back. The figure in the water moved, its form shifting with the current, becoming one with the river itself. Then let the river take its course. The water surged around Aurelia, rising higher, swirling around her like a vortex. She was pulled into the current, her body tossed by the rushing power of Icarus. Her heart raced as the world spun around her, but she held on to her purpose. She had made her choice. And now, There was no turning back. As the water enveloped her completely, the world faded to darkness, and for a moment, she felt herself suspended in time itself, lost between the moments of now and then. She had crossed into the river's depths. What awaited her on the other side, she didn't know. But the journey to find Eli had only just begun. Aurelia's world spun as she was carried deeper into Icarus. The water surged around her, tugging at her like a force beyond her control, yet she fought to stay focused. The pull of the river was relentless, but she refused to let it swallow her. She could hear the distant echoes of her heartbeat, the thundering rush of the water, but everything around her was dark, as though she were drifting through the very fabric of time itself. The feeling was unlike anything she had ever experienced. It wasn't just the sensation of being underwater, it was as if the water was made of memories. And each current was pulling her deeper into the past. She felt the passage of years slip by, each moment heavier than the last, as though time itself was being unspooled, thread by thread. Suddenly, the force of the water lessened, and Aurelia found herself standing on solid ground. Her legs trembled beneath her, but she steadied herself, taking in her surroundings. The air was still and thick, heavy with the scent of ancient earth and the distant murmur of rushing water. She looked around, finding herself in a landscape that seemed both familiar and foreign at the same time. The trees were twisted and gnarled, their branches stretching upward like the hands of forgotten gods. The sky above was a strange mixture of twilight and dawn. As though time itself had split in two, the river no longer flowed as she had known it. Now it seemed more like a wide, flowing path, an ancient road cut into the earth, winding its way toward the mountains in the distance. "Where am I?" Aurelia whispered, her voice barely audible in the stillness. A soft voice, like the whisper of leaves in the wind, answered her. "You are between moments, child. Between the past and the future." Aurelia spun around, her breath catching in her throat. Before her stood the figure she had seen earlier, the cloaked figure, with its eyes like pools of liquid night. It was no longer standing in the river but in the air itself, hovering a few inches above the ground. The figure was silent for a long moment, watching her, before it spoke again. "The river has brought you here, but it does not promise the answers you seek. The past is not something to be manipulated. It is a force of its own." Aurelia stepped forward, her heart pounding. "I need to find my brother, Eli. I can't live with the pain of not knowing. Please, tell me how to reach him." The figure's eyes glowed softly in the dim light, watching her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. "What you seek is not a mere memory, child. You seek to undo a moment, to erase what has been woven into the fabric of your life." Aurelia's breath quickened. "I don't care about the consequences. I have to find him. Please. Tell me what to do." The figure seemed to consider her words for a long time before it spoke again, its voice tinged with sadness. "The river can grant you your wish. It can return you to a time before your brother was lost. But it will not be as you remember it. The past is not a place that can be simply revisited. It is a shadow of what was, a reflection of what might have been. And if you seek to change it, the river will make you pay." Aurelia's mind raced. "I don't care. I'll pay whatever it takes. Just show me how to get to him." The figure extended its hand toward her, and the air around them seemed to shimmer. A swirling mist rose from the ground, enveloping Aurelia as if the very air were shifting around her. She gasped, feeling an overwhelming pull, as though she were being drawn into the river again. The figure's voice, now distant, echoed in her mind. "Do not forget, child. The river will change you, as it has changed all who have come before you. There is no going back. Time is a thread that cannot be rewoven." Before she could respond, the mist enveloped her completely. The world around her seemed to dissolve, and with it, the landscape of time. Aurelia felt herself falling through a vast, empty void, time stretching and folding around her, a kaleidoscope of moments she could barely comprehend. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the sensation stopped. Aurelia opened her eyes. She was standing on solid ground once again, but this place was different, familiar, yet strange. The air was warm and heavy with the scent of pine. The landscape was much like the world she had known, but there were subtle differences. The trees were taller, their bark a deep shade of emerald green. The sun was setting, casting a golden light across the horizon, and the sky was streaked with pinks and purples, as if the world were holding its breath. She looked around, trying to understand where she was, and then, she saw him, Eli. He was standing by the river, looking at the water as if lost in thought. Aurelia's breath caught in her throat. He was younger, his face unmarked by time or loss, his hair the same golden brown it had been when he was a child. He was there, alive, as if nothing had ever happened. "Eli!" Aurelia cried, her voice breaking the silence. She rushed toward him, her heart soaring with joy and disbelief. "Eli, it's me. I'm here." Eli turned, his eyes wide with confusion. "Aurelia?" he asked, his voice soft and uncertain. How did you get here?" Aurelia stopped just short of him, her chest tight with emotion. He looked so real, so alive. She reached out a trembling hand toward him. "I don't know. I've come to bring you back." But as her fingers brushed against his arm, something strange happened. His form flickered, like the image of a reflection in water. His face twisted, becoming blurry, and Aurelia felt a deep sense of unease. "No," she whispered, stepping back. "No, this isn't right. You're real. You have to be real." Eli's figure wavered again, and the surroundings seemed to shift. The sky darkened, the golden light of the sunset fading away as if it were being erased, and then, the truth hit her like a cold gust of wind. This wasn't the past. This wasn't her brother. It was an echo, a shadow of the life they once had. "Eli." Aurelia whispered, her voice breaking. "I don't think I can bring you back." The figure of her brother vanished completely, leaving only the rippling waters of Ithris in its wake. The river had granted her a glimpse, but it had come at a cost, one that she wasn't yet prepared to pay. The journey had only just begun, and the price of altering time had already begun to reveal itself. Aurelia stood alone on the riverbank, the echo of Eli's fleeting form still reverberating in her mind. The golden light of the sun had vanished, leaving the world in shadow. The air felt heavy, thick with an ancient weight that seemed to press down on her chest. Her breath came in shallow gasps, her hands trembling as she wiped the water from her face, trying to steady herself. That moment, the glimpse of her brother, had felt real. So real that her heart had soared. But now, it was gone, faded like a dream slipping from her grasp. The river had shown her a shadow, a reflection of what might have been, but it had not given her Eli. Not truly, the truth gnawed at her. This isn't the past. This is something else. Aurelia turned her gaze back to the water, its surface now still and dark, like an endless abyss. The river had tricked her, pulled her into an illusion. She had wanted to change the past, to bring Eli back, but now it seemed the river had other plans. What are you? She whispered to the river, her voice small in the vast emptiness. A voice, soft and far away, answered her. I am time. I am the thread that holds the fabric of the world together. And I am the shadow of what could have been. Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. She had heard that voice before, its sorrowful tone, its otherworldly echo. The cloaked figure, the one who had spoken to her when she first stepped into the river. Why are you doing this? Aurelia demanded, her voice rising with frustration. I just want my brother back. I don't care what it takes. I'll give anything. The figure materialized in front of her, emerging from the mist that had begun to swirl around the river's edges. It was not the same as before. This time, the figure seemed more defined, its features clearer, though still cloaked in darkness. The eyes, those pools of liquid night, glowed softly in the dim light. You ask for the impossible, the figure said, its voice steady but filled with a timeless sorrow. The river grants no simple wishes. It shows you what was, what could have been. But it cannot change what is. Time is a force that cannot be undone, no matter how much you wish it. Aurelia clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Then why show me him? Why let me see him if I can't have him? The figure's gaze softened, but there was no pity in its eyes. The river does not show you what you want, child. It shows you what you need to see. You cannot change the past. The thread of time is already woven, and any attempt to tear it will unravel more than you can imagine. Aurelia's mind raced, her heart aching. She had thought, foolishly, that she could simply walk into the river, demand her brother's return, and leave with him. But now she understood, it was not so simple. Then what am I supposed to do? She asked, her voice breaking, the weight of her failure sinking in. I can't live with this pain. I can't. She paused, swallowing hard. I can't let him go. The figure's form seemed to waver, as if the very air around it was too heavy to hold together. The pain you feel is not just yours. It is the price you must pay for trying to defy time. The river offers no redemption without sacrifice. And the sacrifice is always great. Aurelia felt a cold shiver run through her. The figure's words stung, but they were not unkind. There was truth in them, a truth that cut deeper than any wound. What is the cost? She whispered, though part of her was afraid to hear the answer. The figure did not speak immediately. It stood still, its presence filling the space between them, and for a long moment, Aurelia wondered if it would answer her at all. Then, softly, it spoke again. The river will show you the way forward, but to do so, you must leave something behind. The thread that connects you to the past, to your brother, must be severed. You will carry the pain, but the weight will be lighter if you choose to accept the cost. Aurelia's heart clenched painfully in her chest. What do you mean? What do I have to give up? The figure extended its hand toward her, palm open, its long, flowing robes whispering in the wind. You must decide. You can leave this place, return to your life, and carry the burden of your loss forever. Or you can step further into the river and let go of what anchors you to the past. You will find what you seek, but it will not be the same. Nothing is ever the same when time is altered. Aurelia's mind was a storm of conflicting thoughts. She had come here for one purpose, to find her brother, to undo the tragedy that had shattered her life. But the figure's words haunted her. Nothing is ever the same. Could she truly accept the cost of changing the past? Could she give up her memories of Eli, of everything she had ever known, to bring him back? Tears burned at the corners of her eyes. I don't want to lose him again, she whispered, barely able to speak the words. The figure remained silent, its gaze never leaving hers. The river rippled softly, almost gently, as though waiting for her decision. Aurelia closed her eyes, her heart aching. The weight of the choice felt unbearable, but she knew there was no turning back now. She had already stepped into the river, and it had already begun to change her. There was no more waiting, no more hesitation. I'll do it, she said finally, her voice firm but filled with sorrow. I'll accept the cost, the figure nodded slowly. Then, step forward, child. Let go of the past. The river will show you the way. With a final glance at the shadowed world around her, Aurelia stepped into the river once more. The cold water surged around her, but this time, it felt different. The pull was stronger, as if the river was claiming her, transforming her into something else. As she waded deeper, her body growing heavy with the weight of the sacrifice, she felt a strange sensation in her chest, like something was slipping away. Her memories of Eli, his laughter, his smile, the way he had once held her hand, faded, each moment dissolving like mist in the morning sun. The pain remained, sharp and raw, but the image of her brother, of the life they had shared, was slowly slipping away. She had made her choice. She had chosen to change the past, but it had come at the greatest cost. The river would show her the way forward, but she was no longer sure what she would find when she reached the other side. Aurelia's body felt heavier with each step, the current of the river wrapping itself around her like an unyielding chain. As she moved deeper into the water, the world around her began to shift. The trees, the sky, and the earth all seemed to blur, merging into a wash of colors and shapes that made her head spin. Her heartbeat thrummed in her ears, each pulse loud and insistent, as though her very soul was being torn between two worlds. With every breath, she felt the memories of her brother. Eli, slipping further away, like pages in a book fluttering in the wind, each one carried away until there was nothing left but the ache of loss. His face had become blurry, a distant image she couldn't quite hold on to. His voice, once so clear in her memory, now felt like a whisper lost in the wind. She had given him up. The realization stung, but she couldn't turn back now. The river had taken her choice, and with it, her past. She had chosen to rewrite the story, to find a way forward, even if it meant severing the threads of everything she had ever known. The the water was colder now, and the shadows deepened. She was no longer standing in the river but drifting, her feet no longer touching the ground. She tried to call out, but the sound of her voice was swallowed by the current. It felt as though she were falling through time itself, spiraling downward into an endless void, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the descent stopped. Aurelia opened her eyes. She found herself standing at the edge of a vast, open field. The ground beneath her was solid, the grass beneath her feet soft and cool, and the sky above was a deep, endless blue. The sun hung high in the sky, its warmth comforting against the chill she had felt in the river, but it wasn't the world she knew. The land stretched out before her, lush and untouched, as though it had never been disturbed by human hands. The trees were larger here, their trunks wide and ancient, their leaves shimmering in the sunlight. The air smelled of fresh earth and wildflowers, and the wind carried with it a sense of quiet peace. In the distance, beyond the field, there was a stone path that wound its way toward a distant mountain range. The peaks were shrouded in mist, their tops disappearing into the clouds. And at the far end of the path, almost hidden in the valley between the mountains, stood a small village. Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. There was something about this place that felt right, yet so out of place. She stepped forward, her feet moving instinctively toward the village, drawn by an unseen force. She didn't know what awaited her there, but she knew she had no other choice. The further she walked, the more the world seemed to change. The trees began to thin, and the air grew warmer. The landscape felt familiar in a way she couldn't explain, like a dream she had once had but had forgotten over time. By the time she reached the village, the sun had begun to dip low in the sky, casting long shadows across the dirt roads. The village was quiet, its simple stone houses dotting the hillside like a forgotten memory. The people who lived here moved through the streets with purpose, but their faces were distant, their eyes hollow. Aurelia paused at the entrance to the village, feeling a strange unease creep over her. Something was wrong. The air, though warm and inviting, carried a sense of stillness that made her skin crawl. She could hear faint whispers on the wind, like voices speaking just out of reach, but when she tried to listen, they were gone. Without thinking, she stepped deeper into the village, her feet crunching on the gravel path. The houses around her were old, the stone worn and faded with age. The windows were closed tight, and no one made eye contact with her as she passed. It was as though she were invisible, like the villagers couldn't see her, or perhaps didn't want to see her. Then, as she passed an old well at the center of the village, she saw him. A man stood by the well, his back to her. He was tall, his silhouette outlined by the fading light of the setting sun. His dark hair hung loosely around his face, and his clothes were simple, though there was something about him that made Aurelia's heart race. She knew him, Eli. Her voice trembled as she stepped toward him, her breath catching in her throat. The man turned slowly, and Aurelia's breath caught in her chest. It was him. It was Eli. But there was something different about him. His face was pale, his eyes dark and hollow, and his expression was distant, as if he were seeing something far beyond her. Eli, Aurelia whispered again, taking another step forward. It's me. It's Aurelia. For a moment, there was no response. His eyes flickered briefly toward her, but then, he turned his gaze back toward the horizon, as though she were nothing more than a passing shadow. Aurelia? He finally spoke, his voice distant, like the echo of a dream. "You shouldn't have come here." Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean?" "I've been looking for you. I've been lost without you." Eli's face softened slightly, but his eyes never left the horizon. "You can't find me here. This place. It's not for you. You don't belong in this world." Aurelia's chest tightened, and she reached out toward him. "Eli, please. Don't say that. We can go home. We can fix everything." Eli's eyes finally met hers. But there was no recognition in them. No warmth. Only a cold, distant emptiness. "You can't go home," he said, his voice hollow. "Not anymore." Tears stung Aurelia's eyes, and she took a step back, her heart breaking with each word. "No. I have to go home. I can't lose you again. Please." Eli looked at her one last time, his gaze distant and unreadable. "You've already lost me," he whispered, before turning away from her once more. Aurelia stood there, frozen, as he walked slowly into the distance, his figure fading into the horizon. The village around her seemed to fade as well, its quiet streets becoming even more desolate. The wind picked up, carrying with it the whispers of the past. The echoes of things that could never be undone. She had come so far to find him, to bring him back, but now she realized the painful truth: no matter how much she wished it, the past could not be reclaimed. Eli was lost, and there was no going back, but even in the face of that truth, Aurelia refused to give up. The river had brought her here, but it had not brought her the answers she had hoped for. Yet, deep inside her, she knew she had to keep going. There was still something she had to learn, something she had yet to understand. She took a deep breath and began walking once more, into the fading light, ready to face whatever lay ahead. Aurelia stood at the edge of the village, her feet rooted to the path that had led her here. The last rays of sunlight had dipped below the horizon, casting the world into a deep, purple twilight. She could still feel the weight of Eli's gaze upon her, though he was now nothing but a fading silhouette in the distance. The wind had picked up again, carrying with it the whispers of the village, of the lost time that had brought her here, but despite the emptiness in her heart, a new sense of purpose had taken root in her chest. Eli's words echoed in her mind: "You don't belong in this world." The truth hung in the air, as sharp as glass. She was no longer part of the world she had once known. The river had changed her, had taken her to a place that felt both like home and like an impossible dream. A place that wasn't truly hers. The village before her seemed frozen in time, its people trapped in a world of their own, as distant and unfeeling as the mountains surrounding them. Yet, somewhere in that stillness, Aurelia could sense that there was more to discover. There had to be. She turned back toward the path that led deeper into the wilderness, the stone road now winding up into the misty mountains. The path beckoned her, as if it knew what she needed to find. Her heart ached, her thoughts still clouded with the memory of Eli. The pain of losing him again felt unbearable, but it also gave her a strange clarity. The river had not given her the reunion she had imagined, but it had given her the knowledge that she couldn't simply walk away, not yet. The river had a purpose for her, and she would see it through, no matter the cost. As Aurelia stepped onto the path, a strange sensation washed over her. The air felt different, charged with energy, as if the very world around her was waiting for something to unfold. The whispers grew louder, though they still remained indistinct, swirling in the wind like ancient secrets. The further she walked, the more the landscape changed. The lush green fields faded into rocky cliffs, and the forest became sparse, the trees twisted and gnarled, as though they had grown in unnatural shapes. The stars began to appear in the sky, their light dim and flickering, like distant flames lost in the void. It was then that she saw it, standing at the edge of a cliff, bathed in the pale light of the stars. A figure. Tall, draped in dark robes, its face obscured by shadows. The figure stood motionless, as though waiting for her. Aurelia's pulse quickened. There was something familiar about this figure, something that made her heart beat faster, as if it knew her, as if it had been expecting her. She stepped closer, her breath shallow in the cool air. The figure did not move, did not acknowledge her presence, but somehow, she knew it was waiting for her to speak. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice steady despite the unease curling in her stomach. "Why am I here?" The figure did not respond. But it raised a hand, pointing toward the sky. Aurelia followed its gesture, and her eyes widened. High above, beyond the stars, there was a great rift in the sky, a tear, jagged and wide, through which the darkness seemed to bleed. The rift pulsed with an otherworldly energy, like a wound in the fabric of the universe itself. It was the river. The rift was its source, its beginning and end, the point where time and fate intertwined, where everything that had been and everything that would be collided. Aurelia's heart thudded in her chest. This was what the river had wanted to show her. The source. The beginning, the river. "It flows backward from here," she whispered, the realization dawning on her. "But why? What am I supposed to do with this knowledge?" The figure slowly turned its head toward her, its face still hidden in shadow. "You have already done the hardest part," it said, its voice low and hollow, like a distant echo. "You have let go of what you were, and in doing so, you have crossed into a world where time is not linear." Aurelia took a step back, confusion swirling within her. "What do you mean? I don't understand." The figure's eyes, pale, like twin moons, shone from beneath the hood. "You were bound to the past, child. You sought to reclaim it. But time is not meant to be bent and broken. The river flows backward, yes, but it does not return what was lost. It only offers glimpses. You have seen the past, but now, you must choose the future." Aurelia's mind spun. The past. The future. She had come here to find Eli, to undo the mistake that had torn her world apart. But was that what she truly wanted? Or was the river showing her something deeper, something that could change everything? "What do I have to do?" Aurelia asked, her voice barely more than a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would shatter the fragile thread of understanding that had just begun to form. The figure's hand lowered, and it stepped forward, its dark robes swirling in the wind. "You must cross the rift. Only then will you see the truth of what the river offers. But beware, child. The river does not forget. Once you cross, you will not be the same." Aurelia's breath caught in her throat. The rift. The source of the river. It was her only choice, wasn't it? To step into the unknown, to risk everything she had left, and face whatever lay on the other side. But what would she find there? Would it be her brother? Or something else entirely? You must choose, the figure said, its voice softer now, almost sympathetic. The river will grant you no more answers. It will only show you what you decide to make of it. Aurelia stood still, her eyes fixed on the rift. The air around her shimmered with tension, the weight of the moment pressing in on her. She had come this far, and she could not turn back now. The future lay before her, dark and uncertain, but it was hers to shape. It was time to choose. With one final, steadying breath, Aurelia stepped forward, toward the rift. Toward the unknown. The wind howled, the stars flickered above, and the river, flowing backward, seemed to call her name. Aurelia's foot hovered over the precipice, the dark rift ahead swallowing the stars. The wind howled, tugging at her hair, whispering in her ears, but it was not the wind that unnerved her, it was the feeling of inevitability. Everything in her, from the pulsing of her heart to the very breath she took, told her that crossing this rift would change her in ways she could not yet fathom. The figure behind her did not move. Its gaze seemed to pierce through her, as though it could see into the deepest recesses of her soul. And for a brief moment, Aurelia wondered if she could ever return to the life she once knew if she crossed over. Would she lose herself completely? Or would she emerge stronger? Her past and future intertwined in ways unimaginable, but there was no more time for doubt. The river had led her here. This was the moment where everything converged. The rift pulsed, like the heartbeat of the world itself, calling her forward. With a deep breath, Aurelia stepped into the darkness. The world seemed to crumble beneath her feet as she passed through the rift. It was like plunging into a deep, cold abyss where light and sound fractured into shards of nothingness. For what felt like an eternity, she was weightless, falling without a sense of direction, her body caught between two worlds. Then, with a sudden jolt, the world snapped back into focus. Aurelia gasped, blinking as her surroundings solidified into a stark, unfamiliar landscape. She was no longer in the wilderness, nor the village by the river. The land before her was barren, endless stretches of cracked earth, jagged rocks, and withered trees, their skeletal branches reaching toward a blood-red sky. The air felt heavy, thick with the scent of decay. She was standing at the edge of a vast chasm, the ground beneath her crumbling, as though the world itself was on the verge of collapse. In the distance, the river flowed, no longer a gentle stream, but a massive, raging torrent, twisting and turning, its dark waters defying all laws of nature. This was the river in its truest form, raw, untamed, and all-consuming. It carved its way through the desolation, its currents powerful enough to tear apart anything in its path. Aurelia could feel its pull deep in her chest, like an invisible force drawing her toward it. What is this place? She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible over the roar of the river, but no one answered. There were no voices, no figures, nothing but the silent expanse stretching out before her. Yet, there was a strange presence in the air, something that watched, something that waited. Aurelia felt its eyes upon her, a sense of being observed without being seen. She hesitated, her heart pounding in her chest. She had crossed the rift. But now what? What was this desolate place, and why had the river led her here? The wind stirred, carrying a faint whisper, like a memory just out of reach. You have come to the crossroads. Aurelia spun around, searching for the source of the voice. But she saw no one. Who's there? She called out, her voice trembling. The whisper continued, now clearer, though still distant. This is the place where all paths converge, where choices are made and fates decided. The river has brought you here, but it cannot show you the way. Only you can choose which direction to take. Aurelia's heart sank. Choices. She had always thought that if she could just find Eli, she would know what to do. That everything would make sense again. But now she realized the painful truth. The river had not brought her to him, nor had it brought her the answers she sought. It had brought her here, to a place where nothing was certain, where every choice was her own to make. The river churned violently, its dark waters twisting and frothing as if urging her to move forward, to cross its treacherous current. She could feel its power, could almost hear the stories it held within its depths, the stories of lost souls, of forgotten dreams, of fates forever changed. Choose, Aurelia. The voice came again, this time from within her mind, as if the river itself was speaking directly to her. What will you do? Will you follow the river? Or will you create your own path? She closed her eyes, her thoughts swirling in the chaos around her. The river had shown her glimpses of the past, but it had not given her the answers she had hoped for. The figures, the voices, even Eli, they were all just fragments of a story that could not be undone. And yet, Aurelia knew she could not walk away. Not without understanding what lay beyond the river's reach. She opened her eyes and looked toward the chasm again. The river seemed to beckon her, its waters dark and beckoning, calling her to dive into its depths, to let it carry her wherever it may lead. But something inside her rebelled. She had come here to find answers, but the answers were not in the river. The answers lay in her choices, in her ability to shape her own future. With a steadying breath, Aurelia stepped away from the river's edge. She could feel the weight of the river's pull on her, but she resisted it, turning toward the distant mountains that loomed on the horizon. The path was uncertain, the future unclear. But Aurelia knew that she had to walk it on her own terms, not bound by the currents of the river or the ghosts of her past. She had to forge her own destiny, even if it meant leaving behind everything she once believed to be true. She took her first step toward the mountains, feeling the earth beneath her feet solid and unyielding. The whispers faded, the pressure in the air lifting slightly as if the world had exhaled. For the first time since she had crossed into this strange place, Aurelia felt the lightest sense of peace. The river may have brought her here, but it would not define her. It was her turn to shape the world around her. The journey ahead would not be easy, but Aurelia was no longer afraid. The rift had shown her the impossible, and now it was time to find what lay beyond it. She would walk her own path, and the river would no longer control her fate. Aurelia walked steadily toward the distant mountains, her footsteps the only sound in the desolate land. The air was thin, crisp, and every breath felt like a sharp reminder that she was far from the world she had known. Each step carried the weight of the decision she had made. And with each passing moment, the pull of the river seemed to fade into the background, leaving her with nothing but the vast, barren landscape ahead. The mountains loomed like silent guardians, their jagged peaks slicing the sky, dark against the blood-red hue that stretched endlessly above. They were a beacon, a promise of something beyond the void. Aurelia didn't know what awaited her there, but she knew she could not turn back. The river's presence, though distant now, still felt like a constant hum beneath the earth, as though it were waiting for her to reconsider, to fall back into its grasp. But her mind was clear. She could not, would not, become another lost soul swept along by its currents. As she walked, the ground beneath her feet began to shift. The solid earth gave way to a fine dust, and soon, Aurelia found herself walking through a vast desert of forgotten memories. The air was thick with the scent of ancient decay, as if the very land had been abandoned long ago. She could feel the weight of time in the stillness, the echo of lives lived and lost, of choices made and forgotten. At the edge of the desert, Aurelia saw something. A figure, cloaked in white, standing in the distance. The figure was still, almost statuesque, but its presence was undeniable. It stood like a sentinel, waiting for her, as though it had been placed there for a reason. Her heart quickened. She wasn't sure why, but something about the figure seemed familiar, as if it had been waiting for her, too. When she neared, the figure turned, its face hidden beneath a hood. The world seemed to hold its breath as the figure stepped forward, its robes rustling softly in the wind. "You've crossed the rift," the figure said, its voice melodic yet distant, like a song long forgotten. "Do you know what lies ahead, Aurelia?" Aurelia's pulse quickened. I don't know. I came to find answers, but everything feels impossible." The figure nodded slowly, its face still hidden in shadow. "The river shows only what you are ready to see. It leads you to the edge of what you think you know. But it does not reveal the truth. The truth is something you must uncover on your own." Aurelia felt the weight of its words settle in her chest. Then, what is the truth? Why am I here? The figure stepped closer, and the air around them seemed to hum, vibrating with an energy she could feel deep in her bones. "The truth is not what you have been told. It is not what you remember. The truth is what you choose to make of your journey. You are the weaver of your own fate, Aurelia. And it is time to decide what kind of story you wish to tell." Aurelia took a step back, her mind racing. The figure's words echoed in her ears, a riddle that seemed impossible to solve. She had always believed that fate was something to be discovered. A line that led from past to present to future. But now, standing before this mysterious figure, she realized that she had been wrong. Fate was not a path to follow. It was something to create. "You are here because the river has brought you to the point of choice," the figure continued, its tone soft but insistent. "You can continue to walk the path the river would have you follow, but that will only lead you further into the past, deeper into the echoes of forgotten lives. Or, you can choose to create something new, to forge a future that is yours alone." Aurelia's heart pounded in her chest as the weight of the decision settled over her. The river had always seemed like a guide, a force that carried her along, but now she realized that she had never truly been in control. She had been following its current, letting it pull her toward whatever it saw fit. But that was no longer enough. What happens if I choose to create something new? Aurelia asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if she feared the answer. the figure did not answer immediately. Instead, it raised a hand toward the sky, and Aurelia followed the gesture. For a moment, the stars above seemed to shimmer, their light flickering like distant flames. Then, the sky split open, revealing a second rift, this one smaller but just as jagged. It pulsed with the same energy as the first, but this time, the air around it seemed lighter, warmer. "You must step into this rift," the figure said, lowering its hand. "This is the choice. The path the river has shown you, or the path that you will choose for yourself. Beyond this rift, the future is unwritten. The choice is yours." Aurelia stood in silence, her gaze fixed on the second rift. It was both a terrifying and exhilarating sight. The unknown stretched before her, wide and open, with no promise of what she would find. But for the first time since stepping into the river, she felt a sense of peace. She didn't need to follow the river's current anymore. She didn't need to be swept away by forces beyond her control. She had the power to shape her own future. With a steadying breath, Aurelia took a step forward. The figure watched her silently, its presence an anchor in the stillness of the desert. Aurelia could feel the weight of the decision, the culmination of everything she had experienced leading to this one moment. She stepped into the rift, the world shattered around her as she passed through the glowing threshold, the desert, the figure, and the barren land disappearing into the swirling void. The air around her shimmered with light and energy, and she felt herself being pulled forward, but this time, it was different. It was not the river pulling her, it was her own will, her own choice, and when she opened her eyes again, the world before her had changed. Aurelia blinked, her eyes adjusting to the unfamiliar light. The world before her was vastly different from the desolate, cracked landscape she had just left behind. She stood at the edge of a lush forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and fresh earth. The trees around her were ancient, their trunks wide and gnarled, their leaves shimmering as if they were bathed in a golden light. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm glow over the land, and the sound of a distant waterfall echoed through the air, a peaceful, steady rhythm that felt like a heartbeat. For a moment, Aurelia simply stood there, taking in the beauty and tranquility of the scene. It was a stark contrast to the chaos and uncertainty she had left behind, and the weight of her decision settled over her like a soft blanket. She had stepped through the rift, and now, for the first time in what felt like forever, she felt the illusion of peace. No longer pulled by the river's currents, no longer drifting through a world of shadows and forgotten echoes, she stood on the precipice of a new reality, one of her own making. But even in this calm, there was a lingering question that gnawed at her. Had she made the right choice? The moment she had passed through the rift, something had shifted within her. The energy she had felt in the desert, the weight of the decision, had faded into something lighter, something almost freeing. But the uncertainty remained, the knowledge that the road ahead would be one of uncharted territory. The forest around her seemed to breathe, the trees swaying gently in the wind, their leaves whispering softly as if in conversation. Aurelia took a step forward, the earth beneath her feet soft and cool. Her senses were alive with every sound, every scent, every fleeting moment. She felt alive, truly alive, for the first time in a long time. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above, she couldn't help but feel the presence of something, or someone, watching her. It wasn't an overwhelming feeling, but one of quiet curiosity. The land itself felt aware, like it had been waiting for her, guiding her forward. Aurelia paused, looking around. The forest seemed endless, its pathways winding in ways that didn't quite make sense. There was a stillness here, but not one of abandonment. No, this place felt ancient, like a memory waiting to be uncovered, a secret longing to be remembered. Suddenly, from the shadows of the trees, a figure emerged. It was a woman, tall and regal, dressed in flowing robes that seemed to ripple like the surface of a pond. Her hair was silver, falling in gentle waves around her face, and her eyes shone with a deep, knowing light, like the stars themselves had been captured within them. She moved gracefully toward Aurelia, her presence commanding yet serene. When she spoke, her voice was soft, like a melody carried on the wind. "You have arrived," the woman said, her gaze unwavering. Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. She didn't know why, but something about this woman felt familiar. She felt as though she had seen her before, in a dream or in a fleeting thought, somewhere just beyond the edges of memory. "Who are you?" Aurelia asked, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her chest. "I am the keeper of paths," the woman replied, her smile warm but distant. "I am the one who watches over those who choose to forge their own fate." Aurelia swallowed, her mind racing. "The keeper of paths?" The woman nodded. "You have crossed the rift. You have chosen to step away from the river's flow, to create your own story. And now, you must understand the weight of that choice." Aurelia's brow furrowed. "I thought I was supposed to find answers. But all I see is more uncertainty." The keeper of paths stepped closer, her robes flowing around her like a river in motion. "You are not meant to find answers in the way you expect. You seek answers as if they are something to be discovered, something to be held in your hands. But answers are not things. They are experiences. You must live them, create them, walk through them." The woman's words hung in the air, heavy with meaning. Aurelia felt a stir within her, a realization that she had been looking at the world the wrong way, expecting the river to give her everything she needed when it was not the river's job to provide answers. The answers lay within her, in the choices she made, in the way she shaped her future. "You have the power to create your own path now," the keeper continued. "But understand this, every path you take will lead to consequences. Every choice will shape the world in ways you cannot yet imagine. The road ahead is not without challenge, but it is yours to walk." Aurelia felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her again. "What if I make the wrong choice?" The keeper smiled. A knowing, almost sad smile. "There is no such thing as the wrong choice. There are only paths, and they are all part of the journey. You must walk them, not to avoid mistakes, but to learn from them. Every step, every turn, is part of the story that is yours to tell." Aurelia's gaze drifted to the distant horizon, where the trees parted to reveal a vast expanse of rolling hills and valleys. It was a world of endless possibilities, each one waiting for her to choose it. Her heart fluttered, a mix of fear and exhilaration. She had the freedom to shape her own fate, but that freedom came with a responsibility she hadn't fully understood until now. "You will find what you seek," the keeper said softly. her voice carrying a sense of finality. But remember this, the journey is never just about the destination. It is about who you become along the way. Aurelia nodded, the weight of the keeper's words settling deep in her heart. She had crossed the rift, and she had chosen to create her own path. There was no turning back. The future was unwritten, and it was hers to shape. With a final glance at the keeper of paths, Aurelia stepped forward, the world before her open and full of promise. The river was no longer her guide, but she was no longer lost. The path ahead was hers, and the journey had only just begun. Aurelia continued her journey through the lush forest, her footsteps light but determined. The words of the keeper of paths lingered in her mind, echoing with the weight of their truth. She was free, or at least, that's what it felt like. Free to choose, free to create. But what was she meant to create? What path would she carve in this vast world that now stretched before her like an uncharted map? As she walked, the forest began to change. The trees, once ancient and sturdy, started to thin, their trunks becoming more slender, their branches reaching upward as though trying to touch the sky. The air grew colder, and a mist began to rise from the ground, swirling in the fading light. Aurelia's breath formed soft clouds in the air, and a sense of unease settled over her. The beauty of the forest was still there, but there was something different now. Something that pulled at her with a quiet urgency. The ground beneath her feet began to slope downward, leading her toward a valley. In the distance, she could see a dark, flowing river, its waters thick and black, not like the river that had once guided her, but something more sinister, more chaotic. The river twisted and churned in a way that made her heart race, and she instinctively slowed her pace. What is this? She wondered, the question rising in her chest like a tide. As she approached the river's edge, the mist seemed to part, revealing a figure standing on the opposite bank. The figure was cloaked in dark robes, its face obscured by a hood. Even from this distance, there was a weight to the presence, a gravity that pulled her toward it. Aurelia hesitated for a moment before stepping closer to the river's edge, her feet cautious but curious. The figure spoke, its voice like the rustling of leaves in the wind, familiar yet unsettling. "You've come to the river," it said, the words both a statement and a question. "Have you found the answers you seek?" Aurelia swallowed, the sense of recognition creeping over her like a shadow. "What is this river?" she asked, her voice steady, though uncertainty clawed at her. The figure stepped closer to the water, its movements slow and deliberate. "This river is not like the one you crossed," it said, its tone almost mournful. "It is the river of regret. It is the river of lost opportunities, of paths not taken. It flows backward, carrying with it the memories of choices that were made and unmade, of fates altered and forgotten." Aurelia felt a chill crawl up her spine. She could see it now, the way the river twisted and turned, its waters dark and swirling, as though it were alive, feeding on the regrets of those who gazed upon it. "But why is it here?" Aurelia asked, taking another cautious step forward. "What does it want?" The figure raised its hood slightly, revealing pale skin and eyes that gleamed with an otherworldly light. "This river does not want anything," it replied, its voice colder now. "It is not alive in the way you think. It exists to remind you that every choice carries weight. It is the manifestation of the paths not taken, the ones that linger in the hearts of those who wonder what could have been. Aurelia felt the pull of the river, an almost magnetic force that seemed to draw her in. She couldn't tear her gaze away from the dark waters, the swirling currents that promised answers to the questions that had plagued her since she first stepped into the river that ran backward. I don't want to look back, she whispered, shaking her head as if to banish the thought. I've already made my choice. I crossed the rift. I chose to create my own path. I can't go back now, the figure chuckled softly, a sound that sent a shiver down Aurelia's spine. You think you can escape the past? You think the river will forget you? Aurelia's heart pounded in her chest. There was a truth in the figure's words, one she had been unwilling to face. She had chosen to step away from the river, to forge her own path, but the past had never truly let her go. It was a shadow that clung to her, an echo that would follow her, no matter how far she walked. You are not the first to try and escape, the figure said, its voice lowering, almost pitying. And you won't be the last. But the past has a way of finding those who seek to outrun it. Aurelia's thoughts raced. She had left the river behind, but the memories, the regrets, the choices she hadn't made, they were still with her. Could she ever truly escape them? Was she doomed to carry them forever, like a weight on her soul? The figure extended a hand toward the river, its fingers trailing just above the dark waters. You have a choice, Aurelia, it said, its tone softening. You can let the river carry you back to the past, to the regrets that haunt you. Or you can let it go. You can step away from it and continue forward, not burdened by what could have been. The choice is yours. Aurelia's breath caught in her throat. She had always believed that the past could be left behind. That by forging a new path, she could escape the ghosts of what had been. But now, faced with the river of regret, she saw the truth for what it was. The past was never something that could simply be left behind. It lived within her, in the decisions she had made and those she had not. I can't undo what's been done, Aurelia said, her voice breaking. I can't change the past, the figure nodded slowly. No, you cannot change it. But you can choose what to do with it. The past may shape you, but it does not define you. You are the weaver of your fate. You have already chosen a new path, but you must not let the river of regret pull you backward. Aurelia stood at the edge of the river. The weight of the figure's words settling over her like a shroud. The river was a mirror to her soul, reflecting everything she had done, everything she had left undone. It would always be there, waiting for her to look back, but she didn't need to look back anymore. With a deep breath, Aurelia turned away from the river, the darkness at her back. She had made her choice. She had crossed the rift. She had stepped into a new world, one that was hers to shape. The past could no longer have control over her, and so, she continued on her path, one step at a time, knowing that the future was unwritten, and it was hers to create. Aurelia walked away from the river, her feet carrying her along the soft, damp earth of the valley. The mist had begun to recede, but the air still carried a chill that clung to her skin like the remnants of a forgotten dream. The weight of the figure's words pressed down on her, and the uncertainty that had risen in her heart never truly faded. She had left the river of regret behind, but she knew the path ahead was not so clear. The future, like the landscape before her, was still shrouded in fog, a canvas waiting to be filled with the choices she would make. The valley was vast and empty, save for the faint rustle of leaves in the wind and the occasional distant cry of a bird. Aurelia's thoughts turned inward, wondering what she was supposed to do now. The keeper of paths had told her to shape her own story, to walk a path of her own making. But how could she walk a path when she didn't even know where it would lead? How could she move forward when the weight of what had come before threatened to pull her back? Suddenly, the soft thudding of footsteps broke her reverie. Aurelia's heart skipped as she turned, her hand instinctively reaching toward the hilt of her blade. But what met her eyes wasn't a foe, at least, not one she had expected. A figure emerged from the trees, stepping into the fading light of the valley. It was a man, tall and cloaked in a deep green robe, the fabric blending with the foliage around him. His face was concealed by a hood, but his presence exuded a quiet strength. He moved with an ease that spoke of long familiarity with the land. Aurelia's instincts, honed through years of survival, urged her to be cautious. She took a step back, her gaze never leaving the newcomer. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady but laced with wariness. The man stopped, his hands raised in a gesture of peace. "I mean no harm," he said, his voice deep and calm. "I am an old traveler, and I believe you've crossed paths with something dangerous." Aurelia frowned, lowering her hand from the blade, though she remained alert. "Dangerous? What do you mean?" The man stepped closer, his movements slow and deliberate. "That river you left behind. It does not simply represent regret. It is more than that. It is a force, a current that can pull even the strongest of souls. And while you may think you've left it behind, its reach is longer than you know." Aurelia's breath caught in her throat. She had felt it, the pull, the temptation to look back. But she hadn't fully understood the extent of what she had done. Had she made a mistake by turning her back on the river? The man's gaze softened as he seemed to read her expression. "I know what you are feeling," he continued. "The choice you made to step away, to forge a new path, was not easy. But now you must understand this: the river will not forget you. It will follow you, lurking in the shadows of your decisions, waiting for a moment of weakness." Aurelia clenched her fists, a flare of anger rising within her. "You mean to tell me that I can't escape it? That I will never be free?" The man shook his head slowly. "Freedom is not the absence of the river, but the understanding of its place. The river will always be there, but it need not control you. The danger lies in trying to outrun it. You must face it, not turn from it." His words struck Aurelia with the force of a thunderclap. She had thought that by leaving the river behind, by stepping away from the weight of her choices and regrets, she would be free. But the man was right. She had been running, not facing. The valley around her seemed to darken as the air thickened with unspoken truths. Aurelia took a slow, steady breath. "What do I need to do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The man smiled, a hint of sadness in his eyes. "You must confront what the river holds. Not to change the past, but to understand its meaning. The river holds your memories, your regrets, your choices, but it also holds the lessons you've learned. Only by facing those truths can you move forward without fear. Aurelia felt a shudder of uncertainty. The thought of confronting her own regrets, the things she had left behind in her quest for a new life, filled her with dread. But the man's words rang with a strange clarity. She had thought running from the river would bring peace, but now she realized that peace could only come when she made peace with what had come before. The man took a step closer. The journey ahead is not an easy one, but it is yours to take. The river will test you again, but this time, you will be ready. And when you pass through it, you will not be the same. You will be stronger. Aurelia's heart raced. She knew what he was asking of her, no, what the river itself was asking. She had to return, but not to retreat. She had to return to face what she had left behind, to understand the consequences of her choices. Only then would she be free to truly move forward. Where is the river? She asked. Her voice steady, but a fire was beginning to burn in her chest. She wasn't running anymore. Not from the river. Not from herself. The man nodded, his eyes approving. It's waiting for you. Follow the path back, and you will find it. Aurelia turned toward the distant horizon, where the mist was beginning to swirl once more, the faint outline of the river visible in the distance. She knew the road ahead would be difficult. The memories, the regrets, the choices she had tried to escape, they would be there, waiting for her, but she would face them. She would face the river of regret, not to change what had happened, but to understand its hold on her. Only then could she truly move forward. Only then could she shape her fate without the shadows of the past chasing her. With a deep breath, Aurelia began to walk. The path was long, and the weight of the journey pressed against her chest, but with each step, she felt a little lighter. The river was ahead, but she no longer feared it. She would face it. She would understand it, and then, she would move forward. Aurelia's journey back to the river was not an easy one. The valley stretched out before her, its once quiet expanse now teeming with memories, those little flashes of moments that clung to her heart like the fog that clung to the land. She walked through the mist, her feet moving of their own accord, as if they knew the way even when her mind did not. The words of the hooded figure still lingered in her ears. The river will follow you, lurking in the shadows of your decisions, waiting for a moment of weakness. The thought gnawed at her with every step, but she refused to allow it to slow her down. This time, she would not let fear decide her path. The river, dark and ever-present, called to her, its voice a constant whisper in the wind. It had been a long time since she had crossed its waters, long enough that she thought she might have left its pull behind. But she realized now that the river wasn't something that could be escaped so easily. It was part of her, as much as the choices she had made and the paths she had walked. As the mist began to thin and the path narrowed, Aurelia came to the edge of the river. It was just as the figure had described, a twisting, churning mass of dark water that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The air around it shimmered with an unearthly energy, and the current moved with a force that was both beautiful and terrifying. Aurelia hesitated, standing at the river's edge. The sight of it filled her with dread, but also with a strange sense of purpose. She had come here not to avoid the river, but to face it. To understand it, and yet, as she stood there, a deep uncertainty rose within her. Could she truly face the river? Could she confront the weight of everything it represented, the regrets, the paths not taken, the choices that had shaped her life? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her heart beat steady in her chest. She had already made her decision once, hadn't she? She had chosen to walk away from the past, to embrace the unknown. And now, the river was calling her back, asking her to face everything she had tried to leave behind. When she opened her eyes, she saw the figure again, the hooded man, standing just beyond the water's edge. His presence was as steady as the river's flow, as if he had been waiting for her to arrive. "You've come," he said, his voice softer now, almost sympathetic. "Are you ready to face it?" Aurelia swallowed, her throat dry. "I think so," she said, though doubt lingered in her voice. The man stepped closer, his movements smooth and confident. Facing the river is not about changing the past. It is about understanding its place in your life. The river holds no power over you, unless you allow it. What happened, happened. What you do with it now is what matters. Aurelia nodded. Though part of her still felt as if she were standing on the edge of something vast and uncontrollable. The river stretched out before her, a reminder of everything she had tried to leave behind. But she knew, deep down, that this was the only way forward. She had to face it, to confront the truth of what had shaped her. Taking one last breath, Aurelia stepped forward, wading into the cool, dark waters. The current tugged at her legs, urging her to go further, but she stood firm, allowing the river to swirl around her. The water was colder than she expected, and the weight of it seemed to pull at her with each step. But she didn't stop. She couldn't, the river whispered around her. Its voice a murmur at the edges of her consciousness. It spoke of choices long past, of moments she could not change, of paths not taken. But instead of drowning her in regret, it merely spoke. It didn't force her to relive the pain of every decision. It didn't demand that she stay in the past. It was simply there, a reflection of everything she had been, everything she had left behind. Aurelia kept walking, the water rising to her waist. The darkness of the river seemed to pull at her mind, tempting her to look back. She could feel the weight of all her mistakes, all her doubts, pressing in on her. But she resisted. She would not let it pull her under. The man's voice cut through the silence. Soft but clear. "You don't need to fight the river, Aurelia. You need to accept that it is a part of you. It is the river of your regrets, your choices, but it does not define you. You are more than the past." His words reverberated in her chest, and for the first time, she understood. The river was not an enemy. It was a mirror. It reflected everything she had done, everything she had chosen. But it did not hold her captive. The past could no longer bind her unless she allowed it to. Aurelia took another step forward, the river's pull growing weaker as she moved. She no longer feared the water. The weight of regret, of doubt, began to lift from her shoulders. She had faced it. She had acknowledged it. And now, she could move forward. With one final breath, Aurelia waded through the last of the water, stepping out onto solid ground. The river, once a force that threatened to drown her, was behind her now. She had crossed it, not to escape, but to understand it. To make peace with it, the man stood at the water's edge, watching her with approval in his eyes. "You have done well," he said, his voice warm with respect. Aurelia nodded, her heart lighter than it had been in ages. The river no longer held any power over her. She had come to terms with her past, and now she was free to continue on her journey, unburdened by the weight of what had been. "I understand now," she said, her voice steady. "The river will always be there. But it doesn't control me." "No," the man agreed. "The river does not control you. But you control how you move forward." Aurelia smiled for the first time in what felt like forever. The future was uncertain, but she no longer feared it. The river had shown her the truth, that the past would always be with her, but it did not have to define her. She turned away from the river and began walking toward the horizon. The path ahead was still unknown, but for the first time, she felt ready to face it. Aurelia's feet moved steadily, each step carrying her farther from the river, farther from the past that had once held her in its grip. The valley, bathed in the soft light of the setting sun, stretched before her, a world of possibilities she hadn't dared to consider until now. The weight that had borne down on her shoulders for so long seemed lighter, almost weightless, as if a burden had been lifted, but though the river was behind her, the journey ahead was still uncertain. She knew that she had only begun to understand the depth of the river's power. What lay beyond it? Was this newfound peace only an illusion, something to hold on to before the next storm hit? She took a deep breath, steadying herself. The man at the river's edge had spoken the truth. Her past had shaped her, but it did not define her. She had crossed the river. And in doing so, she had embraced the choice to move forward. But now, there was the question of what forward meant. Aurelia paused in her stride and looked back at the river, its dark waters now far behind her. The current had calmed, but she felt its pull in the pit of her stomach. She could still hear its murmur in the distance, calling her to remember, to look back, to return, but Aurelia turned away from it. No longer was she a prisoner of her past. She had chosen to walk a new path. She just wasn't sure where it led. As she continued onward, the land around her began to change. The valley opened up into a wide expanse, a rolling plain dotted with tall grasses and wildflowers. The air was warm and filled with the scent of earth and new beginnings. But despite the beauty, there was a stillness to the landscape, a quietness that pressed against her. It was as if the land itself was waiting for her to make her next move. Aurelia quickened her pace, moving toward a distant mountain range that loomed in the distance. Something about the towering peaks called to her, as if they held the answers she sought. The mountains were shrouded in mist, but she could sense that there was something waiting for her there, something that would give her the clarity she needed to truly understand where her path was leading. She traveled through the night, the sky above shifting from dusk to dark. Stars twinkling like distant promises. The sounds of the world around her became muted as she journeyed on. She no longer felt the river's pull, but the weight of her own thoughts was heavy on her mind. Her past had been both a guide and a shadow. It had shaped her choices, led her to this point. But could she truly leave it behind? Was it enough to simply walk away from the things that had defined her so long? By the time the first light of dawn painted the sky, Aurelia had reached the base of the mountains. The peaks seemed closer now, their jagged tips reaching into the heavens. The land here was rugged, wild, and untamed. But there was a sense of ancient power in the air, a feeling that something old and wise resided in these mountains. Aurelia took a moment to gather her strength before beginning the climb. The path was steep and treacherous, but she pressed on, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the silence around her. With each step, she felt the weight of her doubts and uncertainties lessen, replaced by the steady rhythm of her own breath. As she ascended, the air grew thinner, and the world below her seemed to fall away. The valley, the river, and the vast plains were now distant memories, and she was left with only the mountain itself, the jagged rocks beneath her feet, and the sky above. The climb took hours, but eventually, she reached a plateau at the top of the mountain. The view from this height was breathtaking. Below her, the world spread out like a vast tapestry: forests, rivers, valleys, and plains. The sun had risen fully, bathing everything in its golden light, but there, in the center of the plateau, was something that made Aurelia stop in her tracks. A stone altar, ancient and weathered, stood before her. It was simple in design but powerful in presence, as if it had stood here for centuries, waiting for someone to come. Aurelia approached the altar cautiously, sensing its significance. It wasn't just a structure. It was a marker, a place where paths converged. She had climbed this mountain for a reason, and now she knew that this was the moment when her journey would truly begin. With a deep breath, she reached out and touched the stone. The instant her fingers made contact, a surge of energy pulsed through her body. It was as if the mountain itself was speaking to her, connecting her to something greater than herself. Visions filled her mind. She saw the river again, its dark waters swirling around her. But this time, she wasn't afraid. She was standing beside it, her hand resting on its surface, feeling its power without fear. She saw herself walking through the valleys and mountains, through cities and forests, meeting people and making choices that would shape her future. She saw the threads of her life, each one leading to a different path, each one holding a lesson. Some paths were dark, others bright. Some twisted, some straight. But each was hers to walk. And in each, she found the truth of herself. The visions faded as quickly as they had come, leaving Aurelia standing alone at the altar, her heart racing. The weight of the moment was overwhelming. She had seen the choices she could make, the paths that lay ahead, but it was up to her to decide which to follow. The mountain had given her a glimpse into her future, but the future was not set in stone. It was hers to create, one step at a time. Aurelia stood tall, her gaze steady. She no longer feared the river, nor did she fear the unknown paths ahead. She had faced her past, understood its hold. And now she was ready to shape her own future. She stepped away from the altar, the wind picking up around her. The path ahead was waiting, and she was ready to walk it. Aurelia's descent from the mountain was swift. The first light of morning had fully illuminated the landscape, and the golden glow of dawn filled her with renewed energy. The plateau, once distant and otherworldly, now felt like a memory, and as she traversed the rugged terrain, her heart carried with it the clarity she had gained from the ancient altar. She had seen the threads of her life, and though the future was not a rigid map but a vast, uncharted territory, she now knew that she was the one holding the pen. The river had tried to claim her, to bind her in its eternal currents, but the mountains had shown her the truth, that her choices were hers alone. The river no longer held dominion over her. As she reached the foot of the mountain, Aurelia paused to take in the view once more. The world spread out before her like a blank canvas, vast and full of potential. The forest she had passed through earlier stood at the foot of the mountains, the treetops swaying in the early morning breeze. She could see the rivers snaking through the land below, their paths twisted and winding, just as the rivers of her past had been, but she didn't linger. Her mind was sharp, her heart determined. The time had come to move forward, to chart her own course, and she couldn't afford to look back any longer. As she journeyed through the forest, she noticed that the trees seemed different. The shadows cast by the branches stretched long and mysterious, as if the forest was alive with secrets. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, and the ground beneath her feet was soft, almost as though it had been waiting for her. She walked with purpose, her eyes scanning the horizon, her senses alert to every movement. The path ahead was still unclear, but she had learned to trust her instincts, to listen to the subtle whispers of the world around her. There were signs everywhere if she knew how to read them. In the distance, she saw a figure standing near the edge of the forest, cloaked in the shadows. Her breath caught in her throat. Could it be the man from the river? Had he followed her? Was she truly free? But as she drew closer, the figure turned, and Aurelia's heart skipped a beat. It wasn't the man from the river, but someone else, an older woman, her face weathered by time, but her eyes sharp and knowing. The woman stood tall, her posture unwavering, as though she had been waiting for Aurelia all along. "You've come far," the woman said, her voice low and smooth, carrying an ancient weight. "I have been watching you." Aurelia hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Who are you?" she asked. Her voice steadied despite the unease creeping into her chest. The woman smiled, her eyes gleaming with a knowing light. "I am someone who has walked the paths you seek to walk. Someone who understands the cost of the choices you make." She took a step forward, her presence commanding but not threatening. "I have seen the river. I have seen the mountains. And now, I see you." Aurelia felt the woman's gaze pierce through her, as if the very essence of her being was laid bare. There was no hiding from this woman, no escaping the truths she spoke. "What do you want from me?" Aurelia asked, suspicion rising in her chest. The woman's smile deepened, but there was no malice in it, only understanding. "I don't want anything from you," she said softly. "But the world does. The river does. You may have crossed it, but its reach does not end so easily. The past lingers, Aurelia. And the choices you make now will carry consequences far beyond what you can see." Aurelia frowned, a sense of dread creeping back into her heart. "What are you saying? That I can never escape it? That I will always be bound by the past?" "No," the woman said firmly. "You can never escape the past, because it is part of you. But that doesn't mean it defines you. You have the power to shape the future. But the river, and the forces behind it, will test you. They will try to drag you back." Aurelia felt her pulse quicken. She had thought she was free, that she had finally made peace with her choices. But now, standing in front of this mysterious woman, The weight of her journey seemed heavier than ever. What must I do? Aurelia asked, her voice barely a whisper. The woman took another step forward, her expression unreadable. You must face the river once more. Not to cross it, but to understand it. There are those who seek to manipulate its power, to bend it to their will. They will use it against you, against everyone. Aurelia's heart thudded in her chest. Who are they? What do they want? They are the keepers of the current, the woman said. They are the shadowy figures who walk between the worlds. They are the ones who control the river's flow, who guide its currents and twist its path. They will try to use you, to turn you into one of their own. But you can stop them. Aurelia felt a chill run down her spine. The keepers of the current. The name was foreign, but there was an undeniable weight to it. These were the ones who had been pulling the strings all along, the ones who had woven her fate into the river's current. How can I stop them? She asked, determination rising in her voice. The woman's eyes gleamed with a strange, ancient knowledge. You must return to the source, she said. You must go to the heart of the river. There, you will find the power to break the cycle. Aurelia's mind raced. The heart of the river. She had crossed it once, but this was different. She was no longer running from it. Now, she would confront it head-on. She would face the forces that sought to control her. I will do it, Aurelia said, her voice steady and firm. I will face them. The woman nodded, her expression solemn. Be prepared, Aurelia. The path you are about to take will test everything you are. But you are stronger than you think. And in the end, it will be your choice that decides the river's fate. With that, the woman turned and disappeared into the shadows of the forest, leaving Aurelia alone once more, standing at the crossroads of her journey. The river awaited her. Its current still whispering her name. The choice was hers. Aurelia stood still for a long moment, the weight of the woman's words settling like a stone in her chest. The forest around her seemed to hold its breath, the only sound the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind. The woman's warning echoed in her mind, the keepers of the current. She had heard whispers of such figures, but had never truly believed in them. Now, though, she knew they were real. The river, once just a force of nature to her, was something much deeper, something far more dangerous. She couldn't afford to be afraid. Not anymore. Turning away from the spot where the mysterious woman had disappeared, Aurelia made up her mind. She would return to the river. Not to cross it this time, but to confront the power behind it. The heart of the river, she needed to find it. As she walked, her steps seemed to carry a weight she had not felt before. It was no longer the weight of her past that burdened her, but the future that awaited her. The path ahead was uncertain, and the forces she was about to face were beyond anything she could have imagined, but there was one thing she knew with absolute certainty: she would not be controlled. Not by the river. Not by anyone. The forest gradually gave way to a broad plain. Aurelia could see the river winding in the distance, its dark waters flowing like liquid shadows. The closer she drew, the stronger the pull became. It was as though the river was calling to her, urging her to return to its depths. She shook her head, pushing the thought aside. She was not the same person who had crossed its currents before. She had learned. She had grown. This time, she would meet it on her own terms. As she neared the riverbank, a familiar sense of foreboding washed over her. The air felt charged with something ancient and powerful. She had crossed this river once, had been swept by its currents, but now she knew its secrets. She had seen its heart, felt its pull, and it was not just water, it was a force, an energy that could shape lives and bend destinies. But it was also more than that. It was a choice, and Aurelia had made her choice. She stepped closer to the water, the cool mist rising from its surface. The river shimmered in the dim light, as though it were alive, shifting with unseen currents beneath. For a moment, she felt the pull again, a whisper in the back of her mind, urging her to dive into its depths, to lose herself once more in its flow, but she resisted. This time, the river would not have her. She had come to understand that the true power of the river was not in its currents, but in the choice it gave her. It was not the river that had shaped her fate, it was the choices she had made while walking beside it. She crouched down at the water's edge, dipping her fingers into the cool surface. The moment her skin touched the river, the world seemed to shift. The water rippled, and the mist around her thickened, swirling in unnatural patterns. Aurelia's heart raced. She had known this would happen, the river had sensed her resolve. She stood and stepped back from the bank. The surface of the water stilled, but in its depths, something stirred. A shadow moved beneath the surface, quick and dark. She felt it watching her, felt the presence of something ancient, something far older than the river itself, and then, from the depths, a figure emerged, the man from the river. The one who had stood on the shore, calling to her in the darkness. He stepped slowly from the water, his form shimmering in the mist. His eyes glowed with an eerie light, and his presence radiated a quiet, terrifying power. He was the river, and the river was him. "You have returned," he said, his voice smooth like the current. "But you will not find what you seek here." Aurelia held her ground. "I'm not here to find anything. I'm here to confront what you are." The figure's lips curled into a smile, but there was no warmth in it. "And what do you think I am, child?" "You are the river," Aurelia replied firmly. "You are the force that bends the world to your will. You are the keepers of the current, the ones who control the flow of destiny. But I will not be your puppet." The man's smile faded, replaced by a cold, calculating gaze. "You think you can stop me? You think you can change the current of fate?" "I don't need to change it," Aurelia said, her voice steady. "I just need to choose my own path. And that path does not lead into the river." The man stepped closer, his figure now looming over her. "The river is inevitable. It flows where it will. You cannot escape it. No one can." Aurelia's gaze never wavered. She felt the power of the river all around her, but it no longer frightened her. She had crossed it once. She had learned its secrets. And now, she understood its true power. "It is not the river that holds power," Aurelia said softly, "but the choices we make along the way." The man's expression faltered, just for a moment. Then, with a sudden motion, he reached out, his hand grabbing for her wrist. But Aurelia was faster. With a swift movement, she pulled away, stepping back from his grasp, I will not be bound by you," she said, her voice a fierce declaration. "You may control the currents, but I control my choices." The man's eyes narrowed, a flicker of something dark passing through them. "You think you are free? You are merely a thread in a web you do not understand. We all are." "I understand more than you think," Aurelia said, her voice rising with determination. "The web you speak of is not fate. It is the choices we make, our ability to shape the future with every step. I choose to walk a different path." For a moment, the river seemed to hold its breath. The mist thickened, swirling around them both, but Aurelia did not falter. She stood her ground, knowing that this moment was the turning point. It was not the river that had power over her, it was her own strength, her will to choose. The man's form wavered, as if the river itself was shifting, reacting to her words. His eyes burned with a strange intensity, but he said nothing. He simply stared at her, as if contemplating something she could not see. Then, with a sudden motion, he turned and disappeared back into the river, his figure dissolving into the mist. Aurelia exhaled, her heart pounding in her chest. The river calmed, its surface once again still. She had faced the force that had ruled her life for so long, and she had won. Not with power or force, but with a simple, unwavering choice. The path ahead was still unknown, but Aurelia knew one thing for certain: the river would no longer control her. She had found her strength, and she would walk forward, free to shape her own fate. And as the first rays of sunlight broke through the mist, she stepped away from the river's edge, her journey far from over, but her resolve stronger than ever. Aurelia's footsteps were steady as she walked away from the river, the world around her stretching vast and unyielding. The mist began to dissipate with the rising sun, revealing a landscape that seemed simultaneously familiar and strange. She had faced the river's power and won, but as the figure had said, the current was inevitable. She could feel its pull still, a whisper beneath her skin, reminding her that the river would always be there, lurking just beyond the edges of her life. But Aurelia had learned something important. It wasn't the river itself that determined her fate, it was how she chose to respond to it. She had faced its shadow, had felt the weight of its ancient power, and had chosen to step away. For the first time in her life, she truly felt in control of her path. Still, the words of the mysterious woman echoed in her mind. "The river will test you. It will try to drag you back." Aurelia knew that her journey wasn't over. The forces that controlled the river, the keepers of the current, were still out there, and they would not let her walk away so easily. But she was no longer the woman who had stumbled upon the river in the dark. She had learned its ways. She had learned that the true strength didn't lie in resisting the current, but in finding a way to swim against it when necessary. The journey ahead would not be easy, but Aurelia was ready. She continued her path through the plains, her eyes scanning the horizon, searching for signs, for answers. The world was wide, full of mysteries and dangers, but she was no longer afraid of the unknown. Every step she took was one she chose to make, a choice to carve her own path. As she walked, Aurelia encountered a small village nestled at the edge of the plains. The scent of fresh bread and roasting meats wafted through the air, a welcome change from the damp, cold earth of the forest and the riverbank. Her stomach growled, and she realized how long it had been since she had eaten properly. The village was quiet, though, almost too quiet. There was a stillness to the air, a sense of waiting. As if something was about to change. Aurelia's instincts kicked in, her senses alert. She could feel eyes watching her from the shadows, could sense the subtle tension in the village. It was as if the villagers were aware of her, but hesitant to approach. She stepped into the heart of the village, her boots crunching against the gravel road. A few people glanced at her from doorways and windows, but no one spoke. Her hand instinctively rested on the hilt of the knife at her waist, a habit she developed since her journey began. Finally, an old man emerged from a small cottage at the center of the village. His back was hunched, his face weathered by years of sun and wind. He looked at Aurelia with sharp, knowing eyes, and for a moment, she thought he might speak the words she had been waiting for. "You are not from here," he said in a gravelly voice, his gaze never leaving hers. "What brings you to the village of silence?" Aurelia met his gaze without hesitation. "I seek the truth and answers." The old man studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "The truth is not something you find here, child. The answers you seek are not so easily given." He stepped closer, his movements deliberate. "But there are whispers in the wind, and there are those who walk these lands with eyes open. If you wish to know more, you must be prepared to listen." Aurelia felt a flicker of curiosity. "Who are these people?" "Those who walk the river's edge," the old man replied, his voice barely a whisper. "They have seen what you have seen. They know what you know. And they know how to fight the current." The words struck a chord deep within Aurelia. She had been alone in her battle against the river, but she had never truly been alone. Others had walked this path before her. Others had faced the same dark forces she had encountered. "Where can I find them?" she asked, urgency creeping into her voice. The old man's eyes softened for a moment, a flicker of something like sympathy passing through them. "They are not easy to find. The keepers of the current will not allow you to simply walk into their midst. But there are signs. You must look for them." Aurelia nodded. "I will find them. And when I do, I will learn how to stop the river's influence once and for all." The old man studied her again, his eyes filled with something like approval. "You are stronger than most. But be warned, the river is a powerful thing. The keepers are not what they seem." With that, the old man turned and began to shuffle back toward his cottage. But before he disappeared through the door, he spoke one last time. "Remember, child, the river is not only a force of nature. It is a reflection of the world itself. And to control the river, you must first understand the world." Aurelia stood in silence, watching the old man disappear into the shadows. His words lingered in her mind, and she could feel the weight of them settling deep within her. The river was not just a force. It was a mirror. A reflection of something greater, something beyond her understanding. To fight it, to truly change the current, she would need to understand the deeper truths of the world. With a final glance at the village, Aurelia turned and continued on her journey. The river was still out there, its currents waiting to test her once again. But she was no longer afraid. She had learned that to conquer the river, she had to first learn how to read the currents of the world itself. Her path was set. The journey was far from over. And the river, though vast and powerful, could be overcome. Aurelia's journey took her deeper into the heart of the land, away from the quiet village and toward the unknown. The old man's words echoed in her mind, a riddle she had yet to fully decipher. To control the river, you must first understand the world. She had thought that her journey would be one of action, of confronting the river head-on, but now she realized it was something more complex, something that required her to see beyond the surface. As she traveled, the landscape began to change. The plains gave way to dense forests, towering trees whose canopies blocked out much of the light. The air grew thick with the scent of moss and earth. And the sound of the river's distant flow became almost deafening, a constant reminder of the power she was seeking to master. But Aurelia was no longer dissuaded. She had faced the river's pull and survived. She had seen the shadow of the keepers, and now she sought to find them. The answers she needed were out there, somewhere in the depths of the world, waiting to be uncovered. The road was not easy. Each step forward felt like a battle against the very forces that shaped the land. The winds grew stronger, howling through the trees, and the skies darkened as if the heavens themselves were warning her away. But Aurelia did not falter. She pressed on, guided only by the flickering light of the knowledge she had gained, the idea that to understand the river, she had to understand what it reflected. Days passed, each one blending into the next. Aurelia became accustomed to the isolation, the quiet murmurs of the forest, and the constant presence of the river, its flow ever constant, ever powerful. She began to notice patterns, ripples in the water that seemed to respond to her thoughts, the way the trees swayed in a rhythm that almost felt deliberate. It was as if the world itself was alive, and she was only now beginning to see its pulse. On the seventh day, after a particularly fierce storm had swept through the forest, Aurelia stumbled upon something unexpected. Hidden beneath a thicket of vines, she discovered a stone circle. The stones were ancient. Weathered by centuries of wind and rain, their surfaces etched with runes she could not understand. The air around the circle hummed with a strange energy, the same kind of power she had felt near the river. Curious, Aurelia stepped closer, her fingers brushing against one of the stones. The moment she touched it, a surge of energy shot through her, sending a shock of heat and light through her body. She staggered back, heart racing, but the stone seemed to pulse in response, as if waiting for something. The words the old man had spoken came back to her. There are signs. You must look for them. She closed her eyes, focusing on the sensation in her chest, the strange, almost magnetic pull that the stone exerted on her. Slowly, she stepped back to it, her fingers brushing the etched surface once again. This time, she didn't pull away. The world seemed to shift. The sound of the river faded, and the forest around her seemed to fall into a heavy silence. The wind stilled. Then, a voice, a low, resonant hum, whispered through her mind, "To understand the world, you must first listen." Aurelia's eyes flew open. In front of her, the air shimmered. The stone had cracked open, revealing a hidden passage beneath it. Without thinking, she knelt and entered the stone circle. The ground beneath her feet felt strangely warm, as if the earth itself was alive. The passage was narrow but unyielding, winding its way deeper into the earth. Aurelia walked with purpose, her heart beating faster with each step. She didn't know where this path would lead, but she could sense it was a step closer to understanding the truth. The river, the keepers, the choices, everything had been pointing to this moment. The path twisted and turned, but after what felt like an eternity, Aurelia found herself in a cavernous chamber, the walls alive with the glow of softly pulsing light. At the center of the room stood an altar, its surface covered in ancient symbols and markings, symbols that resonated with the same power she had felt near the river, and there, at the altar, stood a figure. The woman from the village, the one who had warned her about the keepers, was waiting for her. "You found it," the woman said, her voice soft but carrying an edge of something like approval. "You have found the heart of the world." Aurelia approached cautiously, feeling the weight of the moment settle over her. "The heart of the world? What is this place?" The woman smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "This is where the world's currents meet. This is the source of the river you seek to control. This is where the flow of fate begins." Aurelia's pulse quickened. "The river, it flows from here, not just the river," the woman replied. "All things flow from here. Every current, every choice, every path is shaped by the power that rests within this place. The keepers guard it, but they do not control it. They merely guide it." Aurelia's mind raced. "So the keepers, they're not the true power behind the river?" The woman's eyes darkened. "No. The keepers were once the guardians of this place, but over time, they became its masters. They learned to bend the flow of fate to their will. And now, they are nothing more than puppets to the river itself." Aurelia took a deep breath. "Then it's true. The river can be controlled. But not by the keepers." "Exactly," the woman said. "But there is a price. To control the flow of the world, to bend fate itself, you must become one with it. The currents will claim you, as they claimed the keepers before you." Aurelia's heart pounded in her chest. She had come here to find answers, to learn how to stop the river's influence. But now, she realized, the true test was not just in understanding the current, it was in choosing whether or not to embrace it. "To take control, I'm not afraid of the river," Aurelia said, her voice steady. "I'm not afraid of what it can do. But I will not become a puppet." The woman regarded her silently for a long moment, her gaze unreadable. "Then you must choose wisely. The river will test you, just as it tested those before you." Aurelia stepped forward, her eyes locked on the altar before her. She could feel the power of the river, the pull of destiny, drawing her closer. But this time, she would not be swept away. She would stand her ground. And she would make her choice. The river would not control her. She would learn to control it. Aurelia stood before the altar, her heart pounding, her thoughts racing. The words of the mysterious woman hung in the air, heavy with the weight of their meaning. "The river will test you. The currents will claim you, just as they claimed the keepers before you." But Aurelia was no longer the person who had wandered into this world full of confusion and doubt. She had learned, she had grown, and now she was ready to make her stand. The cavern around her seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the world itself. The air thick with power. Every breath she took was a reminder of the decision that lay before her. To control the river, to bend fate itself, was to embrace the currents. It was to become part of something vast, something ancient, and something dangerous, but to resist it was to stay locked in the struggle forever, always fighting against an unstoppable force, always wondering if she could ever escape the pull. Aurelia's hands tightened into fists. She wasn't sure what path she would choose yet, but she knew one thing for certain: she would not be a puppet. The woman's voice broke the silence. The altar before you holds the key. But beware, Aurelia. The current is not something you can tame with mere will. It is alive as you are. And it does not forget. Aurelia turned toward the woman, her eyes narrowing. And the keepers? What of them? They were once like you, the woman replied, her gaze darkening. They thought they could master the river. They thought they could bend it to their desires. But the river has a mind of its own. It gives, and it takes. And it always claims those who believe they can control it. The words chilled Aurelia, but she did not flinch. I won't become one of them, she said, her voice unwavering. I will not let the river own me. The woman smiled, though it lacked warmth. Then you must be prepared for the cost. Power is never free, and the river demands a sacrifice. Aurelia stepped forward, her mind made up. She had come too far to turn back now. The river had tested her at every turn, but she had learned to face its challenges. The choice before her was one of ultimate risk. To master the river's currents would be to risk everything, to risk losing herself, her humanity, and her soul. But it was also the only way to break the cycle, to end the constant struggle that had defined her existence since the moment she had first encountered the river. She placed her hand on the altar, and the world seemed to shift around her. The pulsing energy surged beneath her fingertips, and a voice, soft, like a whisper on the wind, spoke directly into her mind. You seek control over the current. But what of the cost? Aurelia closed her eyes, her breath steady. She knew this was the moment of choice, the moment where everything could change. What is the cost? She asked, her voice calm, even as her heart thundered in her chest. The cost is your place in the world. The river will claim your past, your future. You will no longer be bound by time as you are now. Your choices will echo across eternity, but they will come at the expense of your own story. Aurelia's eyes snapped open. I understand. But I choose to face it. There was a long pause, and then, the voice responded with a whisper of approval. Then the current shall be yours to command. Aurelia felt a surge of power rush through her, the energy of the river flooding her veins. The air around her shimmered, and the walls of the cavern seemed to dissolve, revealing the endless flow of the river stretching out before her, twisting and turning through time itself. She could feel it now, the river's pulse, its rhythm, its essence. It was vast and ancient, flowing through the very fabric of reality, but something else stirred within her, a darkness, a shadow that clung to the power she had embraced. The river was not just a force of nature, it was a force of destiny, and it was hungry. Hungry for control. Hungry for the past, the present, and the future. Aurelia gasped as the weight of it settled over her. The power was hers, but so too was the burden. She had chosen to command the river, but in doing so, she had become a part of it. She was no longer fully human, no longer bound by the limitations of the world. She was something more, something different. The woman watched from the shadows, her expression unreadable. You have chosen, Aurelia. Now you must live with the consequences. Aurelia turned toward her, the power still surging through her. What happens now, the woman said, stepping closer, you will see the true cost of your decision. The river will test you in ways you cannot yet comprehend. It will offer you power, but it will take something in return. You may never know what it takes. But it will change you, slowly, piece by piece. Aurelia's gaze was firm. I'm ready. The woman's lips curled into a faint smile, though it seemed tinged with sorrow. Are you? Before Aurelia could respond, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and the cavern around her seemed to grow colder. The stone walls shimmered and cracked, the echoes of the river growing louder, more insistent. The power of the river surged, and Aurelia felt it pull at her once more, this time with a force she could not deny. She was no longer just a wanderer. She was the keeper of the current. The weight of the river was hers to carry, and its power hers to wield. But as the river flowed within her, Aurelia couldn't help but wonder, what would it cost her in the end? She had chosen to control the current. But would the current, in the end, control her? Aurelia's world shifted in the span of a heartbeat. The cavern around her seemed to stretch endlessly, like the very fabric of reality had unraveled. The river inside her, the current she had chosen to control, surged with unimaginable force. It was both a part of her and beyond her, alive and hungry, flowing through her veins like a torrent that could never be tamed. She stumbled back, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Her body felt heavier, her movements slower, as if the river had already begun to claim her. Her vision blurred, the edges of her thoughts becoming distant and fragmented, like fragments of a dream slipping away from her grasp. The woman, still watching from the shadows, stepped forward. You can feel it, can't you? The current has already begun to change you. The price is not immediate, but it will come. The river's influence is subtle. It will twist your thoughts, your desires. It will make you question everything. Aurelia gritted her teeth, forcing herself to stand tall, even as the weight of the river pressed down on her. She could feel its pull, its desire to drag her deeper into its depths. It was overwhelming, suffocating. I won't let it control me, Aurelia said, her voice strained but determined. I'll fight it. The woman's gaze softened for a moment, as though she had seen this struggle before. You may try. But the river is patient. It waits. It lures you in slowly, until you no longer recognize yourself. Even the strongest will bend beneath its tide. Aurelia clenched her fists, trying to steady her racing heart. I'm not like the keepers. I won't let it consume me. The woman stepped closer, her expression darkening. No, you are not like the keepers. But you are still part of the current now. And there is no going back. You are tied to the river, just as they were, and soon, you will realize there is no freedom in that. Aurelia shook her head, defiant. I can still make my own choices. I'm not a puppet to the river. The woman's smile was cold. We shall see. With a flick of her wrist, the woman reached into the air, and the shadows around them seemed to twist and coalesce, forming into a swirling vortex. The river's current, once distant, now roared to life around Aurelia, its power flooding the cavern in waves. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and the air grew thick with the sound of rushing water. Aurelia stumbled backward, trying to hold her ground. The current was pulling at her, dragging at her thoughts, at her sense of self. She could feel it whispering in the back of her mind, offering her power, offering her control over the river. The temptation was strong. A sweet promise of freedom from the struggle. But Aurelia refused to listen. She closed her eyes, focusing on her breath, on the strength that had brought her this far. She had fought too long, too hard, to let the river take her now. With a forceful exhale, Aurelia pushed her will against the current, trying to force it back, to claim control once more. The river fought her, a wave of pressure crashing against her mental defenses. It tested her resolve, probing for weakness, but Aurelia held firm. She would not be swayed. She was the keeper of the current now, not the other way around. The vortex of shadows began to recede, the river's pull lessening. Slowly, the cavern's temperature began to stabilize. The oppressive weight lifting from Aurelia's shoulders. Her heartbeat began to slow, and the whispers in her mind faded into silence. She opened her eyes, and the woman was gone. The cavern, once alive with the river's power, was still. The altar was silent. The energy in the air was no longer charged with the current's restless pulse. For a moment, Aurelia felt only the echoes of the power she had embraced, lingering in the depths of her soul. She took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling with the effort. The river was still within her, its presence undeniable, but for now, she had kept it at bay. But Aurelia knew this peace was fleeting. The river was patient, and it would return. Testing her again, pushing her further. She would not have long before it would demand more from her, before its influence would creep deeper into her thoughts, twisting them, reshaping them until she was no longer sure of where she ended and the river began. Aurelia turned toward the path leading out of the cavern. She didn't know where it would take her, but she knew this was only the beginning of a much larger journey. To control the river, to bend fate to her will, would require more than just strength of will. It would require knowledge, and it would require allies. The river was not just a force of nature, it was a force of time, of destiny. And Aurelia was now a part of it. She could feel the echoes of the past calling to her, the choices of those who had come before, their fates forever entwined with the river's flow, but Aurelia would not be a slave to destiny. She would shape it. She would find the answers she sought. And she would discover, once and for all, what it truly meant to control the river that ran backward. Aurelia's footsteps echoed through the quiet cavern as she emerged from the shadows, her mind still reeling from the encounter. The power of the river surged within her, its currents weaving through her thoughts and body like threads in a tapestry she no longer fully understood. But she had survived the first trial. She had resisted the pull. For now, the world outside the cavern felt different, as if the very air carried the weight of what had just transpired. Aurelia could feel the river's presence in everything around her, the winds, the trees, the earth beneath her feet. It was as if the river had spilled out of the cavern and into the world, twisting the fabric of reality itself. She paused at the entrance to the cave, staring out at the landscape before her. The land stretched far and wide, a desolate expanse that seemed endless, yet somehow held an air of promise. In the distance, the mountains loomed, ancient and unyielding, their peaks hidden by mist. The river's source was somewhere beyond them, hidden in the folds of time. That was where she needed to go, where her journey would ultimately take her. Aurelia glanced down at the river flowing beside her, its waters glimmering like liquid silver, twisting in unnatural patterns. It flowed both forward and backward, as if it existed in all times at once. Her connection to it felt like a double-edged sword. It granted her power, but it also drew her closer to something she was unsure she could control. She knew she could not afford to let the river consume her, as it had done to the keepers before her. But she also knew that she had to understand it if she was to stop the cycle, to break free from its grasp. She had to find the heart of the river, the source of its power, and discover what lay at the end of its current. But first, she needed guidance. The woman's words echoed in her mind: "The river will test you, and you will be forced to face the cost of your choices. You will meet others along the way, and they may offer you answers, but beware. Not all who walk the river's path can be trusted." Aurelia knew that the path ahead would not be easy. She would have to seek out those who had lived alongside the river, those who understood its currents and its secrets. There were whispers of a city, an ancient, forgotten place, where the knowledge of the river was said to be guarded. The city was rumored to be a place where time and space twisted, where the boundaries between reality and myth became blurred. She had to find it. Turning away from the river, Aurelia began her journey toward the mountains, the road ahead uncertain and fraught with danger. The river would not let her go easily, and the shadows of the keepers still lingered in her mind, warning her of what awaited her. As she walked, she thought of the people she had left behind, the friends she had lost and the lives she had touched. She wondered if they, too, had been shaped by the river, if their fates had been intertwined with hers in ways she could not yet comprehend. The river was not just a force of nature, it was a force of connection, of fate itself, pulling at the threads of existence. She had already begun to change. Every step she took, every choice she made, was shaped by the river's influence. And yet, Aurelia refused to give in. She would not let herself become a mere passenger in this journey. She would shape her own fate, even if the river itself tried to pull her under. As night fell, Aurelia set up camp at the base of the mountains. The stars above were a vast sea of light, their twinkling offering no answers, only silence. She sat beside the fire, her mind turning over the events of the day, the power of the river, the choices she had made. The fire crackled, and for a moment, Aurelia thought she saw something in the shadows. A figure, moving just out of reach. Her heart skipped a beat. But when she turned, the figure was gone. The river moves in mysterious ways, she thought, her fingers brushing the pendant she wore, a token from her past. It was a simple piece of jewelry, but it felt heavier now, as though it too had been touched by the river's currents. She closed her hand around it, seeking some kind of comfort in the gesture. The night grew colder, and the winds began to pick up. Aurelia lay down, her eyes drifting to the stars once more. Tomorrow, the journey would continue. She would seek the answers she needed, and she would face whatever trials the river had in store for her. But tonight, she allowed herself a moment of peace, a fleeting reprieve from the weight of destiny that pressed down on her. The river is endless, she thought, her gaze fixed on the stars. But so am I. I will find the truth, and when I do, I will break free from the current. With that thought, Aurelia closed her eyes, her breath steady as the sound of the river echoed in her ears. She could feel it, ever present, ever watching, its current flowing backward through time. Tomorrow, she would step further into the unknown. The seamstress of starlight, in a village where the sky seemed closer than anywhere else, there was a legend, a tale whispered beneath the glow of moonlight and shared around crackling fires. It spoke of a woman who wove the very fabric of the night sky, a seamstress whose delicate hands crafted the stars. Her name was Isolde, and she lived in a small, humble cottage perched on the edge of the village. From her window, she could see the endless expanse of the heavens stretching out before her. Each night, she would gaze at the sky, her fingers dancing in the air as she imagined the stars being woven into place, thread by glowing thread. Isolde was no ordinary seamstress. While others in the village worked with fabric of cotton and wool, she worked with the threads of light and shadow, the very essence of the universe itself. She had inherited her craft from her mother, who had inherited it from her mother before her. It was a gift passed down through generations, one that allowed her to weave the stars into existence. No one knew how Isolde did it, how she could take the raw materials of the sky and turn them into something so beautiful, so timeless. But every night, as the moon rose high, she worked tirelessly, stitching constellations into place, weaving galaxies into the tapestry of the night. Her work was delicate, meticulous, and at times, it felt like she was not just a seamstress, but a creator, shaping the universe with every stitch. But Isolde had a secret. The stars she wove were not just light and energy. They were alive, living beings, each star a soul, each constellation a story waiting to be told. The more stars she wove, the more she understood the lives of those who lived beneath them. She saw their dreams, their fears, their triumphs, and their failures. She saw their hopes for the future and the shadows of their past. One night, as Isolde sat by her window, stitching a new constellation into place, she felt something strange. A flicker in the sky. A star that refused to shine, a thread of light that unraveled instead of weaving itself into the fabric of the universe. Her hands froze. This had never happened before. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the star that seemed to pulse with a strange energy, a darkness that she couldn't quite understand. The moment she touched it, the world around her seemed to shift. The winds howled, and the night sky began to tremble, as if something ancient and powerful had been awakened. Isolde pulled her hand back, heart pounding. She had never felt such a disturbance in the stars. The threads of the sky were unraveling, and something was trying to tear through the fabric of the night. Her mind raced. What could this mean? Was this the work of the shadows that had long lingered in the corners of the world? Was the balance of the universe at risk? She knew that she had to act. The stars she wove were more than just decorations in the sky, they were the lifeblood of the world. Without them, the night would fall into chaos, and the threads of fate would be lost. But how could she fix what had been broken? As the winds howled louder, Isolde made a decision. She would leave her cottage, follow the unraveling star, and find the source of the disturbance. The sky would guide her, just as it had always done, and she would discover the truth behind the darkness threatening to swallow the stars. She grabbed her needle, a shining silver thread that had been passed down through generations, and wrapped it carefully in her hand. With one final glance at the night sky, She stepped out into the world, ready to mend what had been torn, and so, Isolde's journey began. Isolde stepped into the cool night air, the wind carrying with it a faint hum, as if the sky itself was whispering her name. Her heart beat in rhythm with the pulse of the world around her, each step she took pulling her closer to the source of the disturbance. The sky stretched above her like an ocean of ink, the stars twinkling as if nothing were amiss, yet she knew something was wrong. The thread of light she had touched earlier flickered in her mind, an unsettled spark that refused to fade. The path before her was dimly lit by the starlight that seemed to shimmer more brightly than usual. She followed it, her footsteps silent on the soft earth, as if the world itself was holding its breath. As she moved further from the village, the familiar comfort of home faded into the distance, replaced by an eerie stillness. The trees around her whispered with the wind, their branches swaying in time with her thoughts, as though they, too, sensed the change in the air. She arrived at the clearing where the forest met the open plains, the ground flat and open to the vast sky. The air here felt heavier, charged with a strange energy, as though it were waiting for something. In the center of the clearing stood a tall stone obelisk, ancient and worn by time. Isolde had seen it many times before but had never paid it much attention, until now. The star that had unraveled flickered once more in her mind, and she felt an undeniable pull toward the obelisk. She stepped closer, the silver thread in her hand catching the light of the stars, guiding her steps. The closer she got, the stronger the energy became, vibrating beneath her feet, urging her to draw near. Reaching the stone, she placed her hand upon it, feeling the cold surface beneath her fingers. The obelisk, despite its age, seemed to hum with life, the cracks in the stone pulsing with a soft glow. It was as though it were waiting for her touch, for the moment when she would arrive. She could feel the connection. The star that had unraveled was tied to this place. This stone. It was as if the two were bound together, their fates intertwined in ways Isolde could not yet understand. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and a crack appeared in the center of the obelisk. Isolde drew back, her heart racing as the stone split, revealing a dark void within. The air around her grew colder, and the stars above seemed to dim, their light waning as though being swallowed by an unseen force. From the darkness, a figure emerged, tall and cloaked in shadows, its form indistinct, as if it were both there and not there at the same time. It moved with an unnatural grace, its presence sending a chill down Isolde's spine. "You are the one who weaves the stars." The figure's voice echoed, low and gravelly, as though coming from the very earth itself. "The one who holds the threads of fate in your hands. But do you truly understand the power you wield?" Isolde stood still, trying to steady her breath. "I weave the stars to guide the world, to keep the balance. But something has gone wrong. The threads are unraveling." The figure tilted its head, as if studying her. "The threads of fate are never meant to be tampered with. They were spun long before your kind came into being. And yet, here you are, meddling with the very fabric of the universe." "I only wish to fix what has been broken," Isolde replied, her voice firm despite the fear creeping into her chest. "The star I touched, it's fading. Something is causing the balance to break." The figure stepped closer, its eyes glowing with a pale, ethereal light. "The star you touched was no ordinary star. It is the last thread, the final piece of the fabric that holds this world together. And now, it is beginning to unravel, because the balance has already shifted, Isolde's pulse quickened. What do you mean? Who, or what, did this? The one who stands outside the threads, the figure said, its voice becoming softer, like a sigh on the wind. The one who seeks to unmake what has been woven. They are coming for the stars, Isolde's mind raced. Unmake. But why? The figure didn't answer directly. Instead, it reached out, and from within the shadows, it drew forth a small, gleaming object, an orb, made of silver and light, its surface swirling with an energy that felt both ancient and powerful. It pulsed in the air, as though alive. This is the heart of the stars, the figure said, holding the orb toward Isolde. It is what powers the night sky. It is what you have been weaving all along. But now, it is dying. And with it, so too will the stars. The fabric you have so carefully stitched will unravel, leaving nothing but darkness. Isolde took a step back, her mind struggling to comprehend the weight of the words. And what am I supposed to do? How do I stop it? You cannot stop it. The figure whispered. Not without understanding the truth of what you are weaving. With that, the figure stepped back into the shadows, its form dissolving like smoke in the wind. The orb it had held remained, floating before Isolde, its glow dimming with each passing second. Isolde reached out, her fingers trembling as she took hold of the orb. The moment her hand made contact, a flood of images filled her mind, visions of stars being born, of constellations taking shape, of the endless threads stretching through time and space. But there were darker images too, shadows moving in the corners of the universe, pulling at the threads, trying to tear the fabric apart. She gasped, pulling her hand away, but the images remained, swirling in her vision. The stars, the constellations, they were not just symbols of guidance. They were the lifeblood of the world, holding everything together. And now, something was threatening to undo it all. Isolde stood alone in the clearing, the orb still pulsing in her hand, the weight of the universe pressing down on her shoulders. She had to stop this. She had to understand the truth of the stars, and find a way to fix the unraveling. Isolde stood in the clearing, the orb in her hand growing colder with each passing moment. The darkness from which the figure had emerged seemed to linger, an unsettling presence that weighed heavily on her chest. The sky above had lost its brilliance, the stars now faint and flickering like dying embers. The sense of urgency, of impending loss, surged within her. She clenched the orb tighter, willing the visions to stop, but the swirling images persisted in her mind. The threads of fate, the stars themselves, they were being pulled apart by something she couldn't fully grasp. The forces at play were older than time itself, beyond her understanding, but one thing was certain. The balance of the world was slipping away. Taking a deep breath, Isolde turned her gaze back to the stone obelisk, the crack still visible, though no longer pulsing with the same dark energy. Her mind was racing, each thought tangled with the next. The figure had spoken of the one who sought to unmake the stars. Was it the shadow she had felt creeping through the threads? Or something worse? The orb was their source of power, the heart of the stars. Without it, she feared the night would fall into eternal darkness, and the world would lose its very soul. She had to learn more. She had to find out who, or what, was behind the unraveling of the stars. With a final glance at the still swirling orb, she tucked it carefully into her pouch, wrapping it in a cloth to shield it from the dimming light. She couldn't hold on to it forever. She needed guidance. The elders of her village, though old, had always spoken of ancient knowledge, wisdom passed down through generations about the stars, the constellations, and the dark forces that threatened them. Perhaps they knew something she didn't. With determination in her heart, Isolde turned toward the village, her steps quick and purposeful. The journey back felt longer than before. The path seemed shrouded in a growing fog, and the familiar woods now seemed foreign, as though they had shifted in the time she had spent in the clearing. It was as though the world itself was changing, responding to the disturbance in the fabric of the stars. By the time she arrived at the edge of the village, the sun was sinking low on the horizon, casting the world in shadows. The village was quiet, the faint glow of lanterns dotting the winding streets. Isolde made her way through the narrow roads, her mind focused solely on one thing: the elder's house. The eldest of the village, Grandmother Arwen, was the keeper of the old ways. Her home, a modest stone cottage covered in ivy, was the repository of the village's most ancient knowledge. She had lived through countless seasons and had witnessed many changes, both in the world and in the stars. Isolde had always trusted her wisdom, but now, she was desperate for answers. As she reached the door, she knocked softly. The faint sound of footsteps reached her ears before the door creaked open. Grandmother Arwen, with her silver hair and weathered face, peered out at her from behind the door. "Isolde," she said, her voice as soft as a summer breeze. "I sensed your presence. Come inside." Isolde stepped into the warm, candlelit interior of the cottage. The room smelled of herbs and old paper, the walls lined with shelves filled with scrolls, books, and trinkets from long-forgotten eras. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting flickering shadows on the walls. "Grandmother, I need your help," Isolde said, her voice strained with urgency. "The stars. Something is wrong with them. One of them, an unraveling star, it's fading, and the fabric of the universe is beginning to tear." "I don't know what to do." Grandmother Arwen's face grew serious, her eyes narrowing as she motioned for Isolde to sit. She placed a hand on the young woman's shoulder, guiding her to the old wooden chair by the fire. "The stars have always been woven into the very fabric of our lives, my dear," Arwen said, her voice soft but firm. "They are not mere points of light in the sky. They are the threads of fate itself, and they carry the stories of the world. When one star unravels, it is not just a loss of light, it is a disruption in the balance of everything. But why?" Isolde asked, her heart aching with the weight of the question. Who would want to destroy the stars? Who would want to unmake the world? Arwen's gaze turned distant, as though searching for an answer deep within the shadows of her memories. "There are forces older than the stars themselves, Isolde. Creatures that dwell in the spaces between the threads of the universe. They are known as the wraiths of the void, beings that thrive on chaos, that seek to unweave the fabric of creation itself. They have always existed, lurking in the dark places where light does not reach. They are drawn to the unraveling star because it is the final thread, the heart of the stars, and with it, they could bring about the end of everything." Isolde's heart skipped a beat. "The wraiths. They want to destroy everything, not destroy, my child," Arwen replied, her voice heavy with wisdom. They seek to unmake, to return everything to the void, to the silence before creation. They do not understand the beauty of the weave, the delicate balance of existence. They seek only to erase. Isolde felt the weight of the elder's words settle on her chest. If the wraiths succeeded in unmaking the stars, the world would fall into chaos. The stars would fade, and without them, the very fabric of life would disintegrate. You must stop them, Isolde, Arwen continued, her eyes filled with a depth of knowing. You are the only one who can. The stars chose you to be their weaver, to keep the balance. But you must go beyond the threads you have known. You must find the heart of the stars and restore what has been lost. But how? Isolde asked, feeling the weight of responsibility crush her chest. How do I fight something like the wraiths? Arwen's face softened, and she placed a hand on Isolde's. You are not alone, my dear. The stars will guide you, just as they always have. You must trust in the thread of light within you. Follow the path of the constellations. The answers will reveal themselves when you need them most. Isolde nodded, determination rising within her. She had no choice. The wraiths had come for the stars, but she would not let them take them away. She would fight for the light, for the stars, for the balance of the world, and she would weave her fate into the very fabric of the universe itself. The dawn had not yet broken when Isolde left Grandmother Arwen's cottage. The air was cool, still carrying the scent of damp earth and dew-laden leaves, but the weight of her mission pressed upon her like a heavy cloak. The elder's words echoed in her mind, the stars will guide you. But what did that truly mean? Was it just a comforting sentiment, or was there something more, something she had yet to understand? As Isolde walked through the village, the familiar surroundings seemed more distant, as if the world itself had shifted overnight. The people she passed went about their business, but their eyes were clouded, as though they too sensed the disturbance in the stars. The balance was faltering, and the fabric of reality was beginning to tear. She needed to act quickly. Every passing moment was another thread unraveling. Her first stop was the highest hill in the village, the one where the wind always felt the strongest. From here, she could see the full stretch of the sky, a canvas of darkness slowly being brushed with the first light of dawn. It was here, under the sweeping heavens, that Isolde felt closest to the stars, as though their light was meant to reach her from afar. She closed her eyes and lifted her face toward the rising sun, searching for an answer, a sign, anything. The orb she had carried from the clearing pulsed gently against her side, tucked safely within her pouch. The sensation had become more pronounced the longer she held it. As if the object were calling to her, urging her to take it to places unknown. But she had no map, no clear direction. Only the vague sense that the stars themselves were trying to guide her. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew through the hill, carrying with it a faint, melodic hum, a sound so soft and delicate that Isolde almost thought it was part of her imagination. But it was real, and it was coming from the sky. Her heart raced as she looked up, her eyes scanning the heavens. At first, there was nothing unusual about the sky. But then, one by one, a series of stars began to shift, rearranging themselves in a pattern she recognized. They formed a constellation, a shape she had woven countless times, the weaver's loom. The ancient symbol of creation and balance, a constellation that appeared only to those who were chosen to restore the weave of the universe. Her breath caught in her throat. This was no coincidence. The weaver's loom had appeared for her. With trembling hands, Isolde reached for the orb, now pulsing brightly in time with the shifting stars. She held it up, letting the light from the orb and the stars above merge, the energy building until the very air around her seemed to vibrate with power. The hum in the wind grew louder, almost as if it were speaking to her. Then, in a flash of light, everything stopped. For a moment, the world held its breath. The stars above shifted again. This time forming a path, a trail of constellations that stretched toward the horizon, beyond the village, deeper into the wilderness. Isolde knew at once that this was her path, her journey to follow. Without hesitation, she began her trek, the stars lighting the way. Each step felt purposeful, the wind at her back urging her forward. The orb in her hand seemed to hum with life, guiding her through the dense forest that lay beyond the village. The trees here were ancient, their trunks twisted and knotted, their branches reaching toward the heavens as if trying to touch the very stars she sought to save. As she walked, she couldn't help but feel that the world around her was shifting with each step. The air grew thicker, the shadows deeper. The path laid out by the stars was not one that led to the mundane, but to places where the weave of existence was thin, where the forces of creation and destruction collided. It was as if the stars were opening doors to realms beyond her understanding. Hours passed, though Isolde couldn't say how many. The sky above her darkened as night began to fall, the constellations flickering in the heavens as though watching her, guiding her. At last, she reached the edge of a deep ravine, its dark waters running silently below, unseen but for the occasional shimmer of starlight that danced across the surface. Here, the path from the stars ended. She looked down at the water, which seemed to call to her in the stillness of the night, its surface reflecting the constellations above. The orb pulsed with an urgent light, and without thinking, Isolde stepped forward. The water parted as she approached, the surface swirling in strange patterns. She felt a chill crawl up her spine, but the urge to continue was too strong. She stepped into the water, which rose around her, parting like a curtain, guiding her deeper into the ravine. On the far side of the ravine, she saw something that made her heart skip a beat, a cave, hidden deep within the cliffs. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for her to slip through, but the stars above seemed to point directly toward it, urging her onward. She made her way through the dark passage, the orb lighting her way as she entered the depths. The cave was alive with a strange energy. The walls pulsed with faint light, as though veins of starlight ran beneath the stone. The deeper she went, the more she felt the hum of the universe beneath her feet, as though the entire world were breathing in time with her. At the heart of the cave, Isolde found what she had been seeking, the heart of the stars. It was a pool of liquid light, shimmering in the darkness, its surface rippling with the patterns of distant constellations. The energy from the orb pulsed stronger now, as if it were drawing her closer, urging her to reach out and touch the liquid light. But as her hand hovered above the pool, she felt a presence in the shadows, something ancient, something powerful. A voice, low and echoing, filled the cavern. "You have come too late, weaver of the stars." Isolde spun around, her heart racing. From the darkness emerged a figure cloaked in shadow, its form shifting like smoke, its face obscured. The air grew colder, the light from the orb flickering as though it could not withstand the presence of this being. you think you can restore what has already been undone? The figure's voice was like a cold wind, laced with malice. The threads of fate are mine to unmake. You cannot stop the unraveling. Isolde's grip tightened on the orb. She had come too far to turn back now. Then I will stop you, she said, her voice steady despite the fear threatening to rise in her chest. I will protect the stars. The figure let out a dark laugh, and the shadows around them seemed to grow stronger, more oppressive. You cannot fight what is already inevitable. But Isolde could feel it. The stars were with her. She had the heart of the stars, the orb that could guide her, and the loom that could mend the fabric of the universe. This battle was far from over. The cavern quivered, as though the very walls could sense the confrontation about to unfold. Isolde's breath came in short, controlled bursts, her heart pounding in her chest. The shadows that clung to the figure before her were thick, almost tangible, as if they had a life of their own. She could feel them creeping toward her, testing her resolve. Yet, deep within her, the pulse of the orb gave her strength, a quiet, steady thrum that resonated with the heartbeat of the stars themselves. The figure's eyes, if they could be called eyes, were two pools of inky blackness, swirling with an ancient darkness. They glinted with cold amusement, as if savoring the coming chaos. You do not understand what you are up against, child, the figure hissed, its voice like a serpent's whisper, curling around her like smoke. The stars are not your allies. They are the fabric of the universe. Yes, but they are also the chains that bind it. You seek to restore what is already undone. You cannot unmake what has been written in the void. Isolde clenched her fists, drawing the orb closer to her chest. Its pulse was growing stronger, resonating with her own heartbeat. The voice of the figure, dark and twisted, tried to pierce her resolve, but she had learned long ago that doubt was the greatest enemy of a weaver. She had woven many threads in her life, small threads of fate that guided the lives of others. But this was different. This was the heart of the stars themselves, the source of all light and darkness. And she would protect it at all costs. I am not here to destroy the stars, she said, her voice steady despite the cold fear that gripped her. I am here to protect them. I will fight to keep the balance. The figure's laugh echoed off the stone walls, a sound that made Isolde's skin crawl. You think the balance is something worth saving? It sneered. The stars are fading. The weave is already broken. You cannot fight the inevitable. The wraiths are coming, and there is nothing you can do to stop them. Isolde's mind raced. Wraiths. She had heard the name before, in the whispers of old tales, beings born from the spaces between the stars, creatures of nothingness that sought to return everything to the void. But this figure was not a wraith itself. It was something else. Something older, a being who had long forgotten the beauty of the stars. You are wrong, she said, her voice growing firmer. I may not understand everything, but I understand this. The stars have chosen me to weave their fate. And I will not let them be unmade by the likes of you. The figure's form shimmered, its darkness swirling and twisting as if it were testing her words. It stepped forward, and the ground beneath Isolde's feet seemed to tremble. She could feel the weight of its presence, the oppressive pull of the void that threatened to swallow everything around her. Then we shall see, Weaver, the figure growled. "Let us see if your threads are strong enough to resist the darkness." With that, the figure lunged, a mass of shadow and cold tendrils reaching for her. Isolde's heart surged, and she raised the orb high above her head. In that moment, everything seemed to slow, as if time itself was holding its breath. The stars above the cave flickered and shifted, responding to her call. The orb's light flared brighter, blindingly so, and the shadows recoiled, writhing in pain. Isolde's voice rang out, a single, powerful word, "Weave." The air crackled with energy as the threads of fate, ancient and powerful, spooled out from the orb. Isolde's hands moved with a skill honed through years of weaving lesser threads, her fingers tracing the patterns of the stars. Each movement sent a pulse of light through the cavern, the threads of fate unraveling and reweaving themselves around her, protecting her, binding the darkness. The figure screeched, its form writhing in agony as the threads wrapped around it, pulling it back into the shadows from which it had come. It struggled against the light, but the more it fought, the tighter the weave became, until, with a final cry of frustration, it was sucked into the void, vanishing into nothingness. For a moment, Isolde stood still, breathing heavily, the orb's light dimming as the power of the weave settled back into her chest. The cavern was silent once more, save for the soft hum of the stars above, now glowing faintly in response to the battle that had just been fought, but the victory, if it could be called that, felt hollow. She had won this battle, but the war was far from over. The wraiths, the true threat to the stars, were still out there, lurking in the spaces between the threads. And the figure, the one who had called itself her enemy, had spoken the truth in one respect: the balance was already broken. The stars were fading, and with them, the very fabric of life. Isolde's thoughts turned back to the pool of liquid light at the heart of the cave. It still shimmered, its surface undisturbed by the recent battle. She stepped toward it, her gaze fixed on the rippling constellations within. The stars were calling to her. With trembling hands, she reached out, her fingers brushing the surface of the light. As soon as her skin made contact, a surge of energy coursed through her, flooding her with images, visions of the cosmos, of threads stretched across the universe, connecting all things. The wraiths, the unraveling of the stars, and the faint glimmer of hope that remained, a thread, fragile and nearly lost, but still there. In that moment, Isolde understood, the stars were not just to be protected. They were to be mended, reforged, woven back together. But to do so, she would need something more than just the orb. She would need the heart of the weave itself, the source of all creation, the loom of the stars. Her journey was far from over, the path would be perilous, and the wraiths would not be the only threat she would face. But she knew now what she had to do. She would follow the threads of fate to the loom, wherever it lay, and she would weave the stars back into their rightful place, for the sake of the universe, and for the future of all who depended on the light. Isolde stood at the edge of the pool, her reflection merging with the liquid light as she stared into the depths. The vision that had filled her mind was still fresh. The image of the loom of the stars burned into her thoughts like an unbreakable thread. The loom was the key to mending the stars, to restoring the weave of the universe. But it was hidden deep within the cosmic fabric, somewhere far beyond the reach of mortal hands. She had seen the loom before, in the quiet moments when the stars seemed to speak to her. It was a great, ethereal machine, spun of silver threads that stretched beyond sight, pulsing with the rhythm of the cosmos. Each thread was a life, a story, a moment in time. It was the very fabric of existence, and only the chosen few, the seamstresses, could wield its power, but to reach it, to find it within the vastness of the stars, would take more than just strength or will. It would take trust. Trust in the stars, trust in herself, and trust in the path that was still to unfold. The pulse of the orb at her side reminded her that she was not alone in this quest. It had led her this far, its light guiding her steps, its power lifting her when the darkness sought to overwhelm her. It was more than an object, it was a key. And now, she felt its call pulling her toward a place she had never imagined. Turning away from the pool, Isolde glanced at the narrow passage that led out of the cave. She knew that her journey was far from over, but there was no time to waste. The longer she hesitated, the closer the wraiths would draw, the deeper the shadows would spread. And the stars, their light was dimming with each passing moment. She had to act. The air around her seemed to hum with energy, as if the cave itself had taken a breath. Isolde tightened her grip on the orb and took a deep, steadying breath. The journey ahead would not be easy, but she had no choice. She had been chosen for this task. And now, she would not turn back. The stars had whispered to her, and she had heard their call. The journey through the forest felt different now, as though the very trees and earth around her were alive with unseen energy. The path she had followed earlier now seemed to shift beneath her feet, twisting and turning in ways she hadn't noticed before. The winds, too, had changed. What was once a gentle breeze now carried a weight, a sense of urgency, as though the world was holding its breath. Isolde walked with determination, the orb at her side glowing softly in the growing darkness. The stars above had disappeared behind a thick blanket of clouds, and the air felt heavy with the threat of rain. The wind picked up, howling through the branches, and a distant rumble of thunder echoed through the trees. But Isolde's steps never faltered. She knew the path she must take. She passed through the forest, her mind focused on the loom. The closer she drew to her destination, the more she could feel its presence, a pulsing energy that resonated with the stars themselves. It was a power that called to her, urging her forward, guiding her steps as she neared the clearing ahead. The forest opened up to a vast, open plain, the grass swaying in the wind like a sea of green. In the center of the plain stood a single, ancient tree, its gnarled roots sinking deep into the earth, its branches stretching upward toward the heavens. The tree was unlike any Isolde had ever seen. Its bark shimmered with an ethereal light, and its leaves glistened like silver, reflecting the dimming light of the sky. Isolde approached the tree, her heart racing. She could feel the pull of the loom drawing her closer, its energy now almost overwhelming. The air around the tree was thick with magic, and the stars, though hidden by clouds, seemed to watch from afar. As she stood before the tree, she heard a voice, a soft, melodic whisper that echoed through the air, coming from the very heart of the tree. "You have come," the voice said, both ancient and familiar. "I have awaited you, weaver." Isolde's breath caught in her throat as she looked at the tree. She didn't know how she knew, but she could feel it. This was no ordinary tree. This was the gateway to the loom itself. The tree was a living conduit, a bridge between the world she knew and the vast expanse of the stars. "How do I reach it?" Isolde asked, her voice steady, though she felt the weight of her question. She had come so far, but she knew that the path ahead would not be simple. The loom was hidden, and its secrets were not easily unlocked. The voice of the tree responded, calm and patient. You must first weave your own thread, child. Only then will the path reveal itself. Isolde's heart skipped a beat. Weave my own thread? Yes, the tree replied. The loom is not just a place. It is a reflection of you, of your soul. The thread you weave will be the key that opens the door. Only through your own creation can the loom be reached. Isolde's mind raced as she considered the meaning of the tree's words. She had woven the threads of fate for others, but this was different. This was a thread of her own, a reflection of who she was, of what she had become. It was not just about the universe, but about her place in it. With a deep breath, she closed her eyes. She focused on the energy flowing through her. The rhythm of the stars that had always been a part of her. She reached deep inside herself, finding the core of her being, the place where her power resided. She could feel it now, the thread of her own soul, delicate yet strong. It was not just light, but darkness as well. The shadow and the light were both a part of her, and only through them could she truly create. Isolde extended her hand toward the tree, her fingers trembling. She felt the pulse of the orb at her side, urging her forward. The stars seemed to align, their light flickering in time with her heartbeat. She wove her thread, her essence flowing through her fingers, and as she did, the tree's bark shimmered, its roots deepening into the earth. Reaching for something beyond, the wind began to pick up, swirling around her, carrying with it the scent of rain and the hum of distant stars. The thread she wove glowed with a radiant light, and as she completed the final stitch, the tree's branches trembled. The stars above broke through the clouds, their light illuminating the entire plain, casting long shadows and brilliant beams of silver light. The tree shuddered, its ancient form shifting and growing. The very air seemed to hum with power. And then, with a final burst of energy, the branches parted, revealing a glowing portal within the tree, a swirling vortex of light and shadow. Isolde took a step forward, the orb pulsing with the energy of her thread. She knew that beyond this portal lay the loom, and with it, the power to mend the stars. But she also knew that the journey ahead would not be easy. The wraiths were still out there, waiting for the moment to strike, and yet, in that moment, as she stood before the portal, she felt a surge of hope, a sense of purpose that burned brighter than the stars themselves. She was ready. Isolde stood on the threshold of the portal, her heart pounding with anticipation. The swirling vortex of light and shadow beckoned, its pull undeniable. Beyond it lay the loom of the stars, the key to restoring the fading constellations and mending the broken weave of fate. She could feel the weight of her mission pressing against her chest, but with each beat of her heart, she grew stronger. The orb at her side throbbed in rhythm with her pulse, as if urging her forward, guiding her toward the unknown. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the portal. The world around her shifted instantly. The air grew thick with magic, and she felt the ground beneath her feet dissolve into nothingness. She was no longer in the forest, no longer tethered to the familiar world she had known. Instead, she was drifting through a vast, infinite expanse, a sea of stars and swirling constellations that stretched as far as the eye could see. The space felt alive, humming with energy, and Isolde realized with awe that she was standing within the very fabric of the cosmos itself. Before her, an enormous structure materialized from the ether, an intricate web of shining threads, stretching and twisting in a dizzying array of patterns. It was the loom, its countless strands glowing with an ethereal light, pulsing with the rhythm of the universe. Each thread held the essence of a moment, a life, a destiny. They wove together in a pattern too complex for the human mind to comprehend, yet Isolde knew, in her heart, that she was standing at the center of everything. She had come to restore the weave. She had come to mend what was broken. But as she gazed at the loom, she felt a profound sense of awe and trepidation. The power before her was immense, ancient, untouchable, and yet, somehow, within her grasp, a voice echoed through the expanse, soft yet powerful, as if it had been waiting for her all along. It was the voice of the stars themselves. "Welcome, Weaver," it said, its tone both soothing and filled with an unfathomable depth. "You have reached the heart of the cosmos. The very threads that bind the universe together. You have come to restore the weave. But first, you must understand what you seek to mend." Isolde swallowed, her throat dry. She had heard stories of the loom, the great weaving machine that held the stars and all of existence in balance. But nothing had prepared her for this moment, for the raw power that surrounded her. "What must I understand?" she asked, her voice steady despite the storm of emotions inside her. "The weave is not just a collection of threads, child. It is a living, breathing entity. It is the sum of all that has been, all that is, and all that will be. To restore it is not merely to mend what has been broken, but to understand the delicate balance of creation and destruction. For every thread you weave, another must be unraveled." Isolde's heart stuttered in her chest. "Unraveled? Yes," the voice replied. "The universe is a cycle of birth and decay, of creation and destruction. There is no light without shadow, no life without death. The stars cannot shine without the darkness to give them contrast. And so, when the weave is broken, it is not only because the threads have torn. It is because the balance has shifted. To restore the stars, you must first understand that nothing is ever truly lost, and nothing can ever be fully restored." Isolde felt the weight of the stars pressing against her mind. The enormity of the task before her sinking in. The loom pulsed with energy, its threads weaving a pattern that was both beautiful and terrifying. Each thread represented a life, a story, a destiny. And yet, the voice was right, restoring the stars wasn't just about putting things back in their place. It was about embracing the cycle, accepting the inevitable ebb and flow of existence. "You ask me to undo the unraveling," Isolde said softly, more to herself than to the voice. "But to do so, I must accept the loss of what has already been undone. Some things cannot be restored, that is the truth of the cosmos," the voice murmured. "And yet, you are not alone in this. The stars, the threads, the very fabric of existence, they are all waiting for you to weave them together again. But be warned, weaver, the path you choose will not be without its cost. The wraiths grow stronger, and their shadow reaches farther with every passing moment. Their darkness seeks to consume the stars, to unravel the fabric of fate. You must be swift, but you must also be wise." Isolde closed her eyes, her mind racing. She had come so far, but the true challenge was just beginning. The wraiths, the dark, shadowy creatures that lived between the stars, were relentless. They were a force of destruction, seeking to return everything to the void from which it had come. If she was to save the stars, she would have to confront them head-on. But there was more to the weave than just the wraiths. There were choices to be made, paths to be walked. The loom beckoned, its threads shimmering in the distance. Will you take your place among the stars, weaver? The voice asked, its tone both gentle and insistent. Will you repair the broken threads and restore the light, knowing that the balance requires sacrifice? Isolde's hand tightened around the orb at her side. She had already lost so much, but she knew what she had to do. She had chosen this path, and now there was no turning back. She stepped toward the loom, her heart steady. I will do what I must, she said firmly. I will weave the stars, even if it means unraveling parts of myself. As her words echoed into the vastness of the cosmos, the loom seemed to respond, its threads quivering with life. The air hummed with power, and Isolde felt herself drawn into the center of the weave, where the stars themselves seemed to surround her. She could feel the delicate balance of the universe, the energy of creation and destruction, pulsing around her. With a steady breath, she reached out, her fingers brushing the first thread. It was time to begin. Isolde's fingers hovered above the thread, the light of the stars reflecting in her eyes. As she touched the first strand, a ripple of energy surged through her, the very fabric of the cosmos trembling under her fingertips. The thread glowed with an intense light, as if it was alive, full of potential, waiting for her to weave it into place. The loom responded to her touch, 1,000 threads shifting around her, their paths intertwining in patterns older than time itself, but the loom was not an empty canvas. It was alive with the weight of all that had ever been, all that could be, and all that would one day fade. Each thread she touched was connected to a story, a life, a choice, and in that moment, Isolde understood. The loom wasn't just the fabric of the universe, it was the story of the universe. Every star, every soul, every moment was woven into its intricate design. The orb at her side pulsed in time with the rhythm of the loom. The stars themselves seemed to watch her, their light flickering, their energy reaching out to her, guiding her hand. Isolde took a deep breath, grounding herself. She had come here for one reason, to restore the stars, to mend the broken threads of fate. But she had to be careful. Every thread she wove carried weight, each choice, each action, rippling out into the universe, affecting more than she could ever comprehend. The balance was delicate, and even the smallest change could tip the scales. She reached for the first thread, feeling the weight of its history. It was a delicate strand of silver, woven with the stories of countless lives. With a steady hand, she began to weave. Her fingers moving through the air with precision and care, feeling the flow of energy as she guided the thread back into place. As she did, the stars above her seemed to pulse, a deep hum filling the air, but as the thread settled, a dark shadow passed over the loom, a cold presence that made her skin crawl. It was as though the wraiths had found her, their hunger for the stars stirring in the depths of the cosmos. She could feel their presence, a growing chill, a creeping darkness that sought to consume everything she had worked to restore. Isolde's heart skipped a beat. She had known the wraiths were close, but the intensity of their presence was stronger than she had imagined. She could feel them pressing in on her, the weight of their malevolence threatening to overwhelm the light of the stars, but she would not let them win. She turned her attention back to the loom, her hands trembling but resolute. The first thread was woven, but there were many more to go. She couldn't let the wraiths distract her. She couldn't let them break her focus. The loom shifted beneath her, as if aware of the looming threat. The threads seemed to grow more erratic, some tightening while others loosened. It was as if the balance itself was under attack, the fabric of the universe unraveling at the edges. With a surge of will, Isolde reached for the next thread. This one was darker, almost as if it had been touched by the shadow of the wraiths themselves. She hesitated for a moment, but then, with determination, she wove it back into place, reinforcing its connection to the greater weave. As she did, a burst of light erupted from the loom, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. The wraiths shrieked in frustration, their shadows recoiling as if they were repelled by the light of the stars. Isolde could feel their anger, their hunger, but she also felt something else, something stronger. The energy of the loom, the force of creation itself, surged through her, filling her with a power that made her feel both invincible and fragile at once, but even as the wraiths were pushed back. She knew this was only a temporary reprieve. The darkness would return, and it would grow stronger with each thread she wove. She had to finish, she had to restore the stars before the wraiths could tear the universe apart. As Isolde continued to weave, the loom seemed to come alive around her, its threads pulsing with her every movement. She could feel the universe stretching and shifting, the weight of eternity in her hands. The stars above her flickered, their light dimming as the wraiths grew bolder, but each thread she wove back into place restored a bit of the balance, a bit of the light. Her fingers danced through the threads, weaving new connections, reinforcing old ones. Each movement a careful act of creation. The loom was not just a machine, it was a living entity, its energy flowing through her, as if she were part of its very soul. She could feel the power of the stars coursing through her veins, the light and darkness swirling around her in a dance older than time, but the wraiths were relentless. The shadows were growing, spreading like ink through water, threatening to drown the stars in their cold embrace. Isolde could sense their approach, their dark presence closing in as she reached for another thread. She could not let them win. Not now. Not after all she had sacrificed. Isolde took a deep breath, focusing all her energy into the next thread. This one was different. It was thinner, fragile, as if it had been broken in the past and needed to be reforged. She reached out, her hands steady, her heart racing. She could feel the tension in the thread, the delicate balance between creation and destruction, between life and death. With a sharp, precise movement, she wove the thread back into place. The moment her fingers touched it, the entire loom seemed to shudder, a pulse of energy rushing through the web of stars. The wraiths howled in fury, their shadowy forms writhing as if in pain. For a moment, the loom glowed brighter than ever before, and Isolde could feel the balance shifting, the stars flickering back to life. But then, as quickly as it had come, the light faded, and the loom settled back into its rhythm. The wraiths were still there, still lurking in the shadows, but they had been repelled, at least for now. The loom had fought back, and Isolde had won another small victory. She stood, breathing heavily, her body trembling from the effort. But she knew this was just the beginning. The battle for the stars was far from over, and the wraiths would not give up easily. But she was determined. She had come this far, and she would not let the darkness take what she had worked to restore. With renewed resolve, she reached for the next thread. The stars were waiting, the threads of the loom shimmered around Isolde, their glow pulsating with the rhythm of the cosmos. The stars themselves seemed to hold their breath, waiting for her next move. Isolde's hands were steady now, her fingers weaving with precision and grace, guided by a force greater than herself. The loom, though vast and infinite, felt intimately familiar, as if it had always been part of her, as if it knew her every thought and desire. But even in this moment of connection, there was a sharp awareness in the air. The wraiths were still out there, lurking in the shadows, biding their time. They were relentless, their presence a cold, suffocating darkness that threatened to undo everything she had worked so hard to restore. Each time she wove a thread back into place. The loom glowed brighter, but the shadows grew darker. It was a constant battle, a delicate balance between creation and destruction. Isolde hesitated as she reached for the next thread. This one was faint, almost invisible, as if it had been lost in the expanse of time. She could feel the tug of it, a pull that whispered of forgotten stories, of lives that had been erased from memory. The thread trembled as if it feared being found, as if it had been abandoned long ago. With a deep breath, she reached out and gently touched it. The moment her fingers made contact, a rush of emotions flooded through her, a flood of memories that were not her own. She saw faces, fleeting and indistinct. Voices calling out in the dark. She felt the weight of their lives, the pain of their loss, the beauty of their fleeting moments. The thread was fragile, its glow weak, but Isolde knew it was important. It had been lost, but it had not been forgotten. As she began to weave it back into the loom, the wraiths stirred. Their dark forms swirled on the edges of her vision, their presence growing more palpable. They could feel her touch, could sense her movement through the fabric of time. Isolde's heart quickened as she worked, her fingers moving faster, but with a steady hand, guiding the fragile thread back into place. The moment the thread was secured, a sharp, cold wind swept through the loom. And the wraiths made their move. They surged forward with terrifying speed, their shadowy forms rippling through the fabric of the stars, intent on tearing it all apart. The loom shuddered under their force, its threads vibrating as if in pain. The stars flickered, dimming under the weight of the encroaching darkness. Isolde's pulse raced. She could feel the pressure mounting, the wraiths closing in, their presence suffocating. She had to act quickly, she had to protect the loom, protect the stars. But how? The power of the loom was vast, but it was not invincible. The wraiths were not just shadows, they were embodiments of destruction, of entropy itself. Every time she wove a thread, they pushed back, devouring the light and threatening to undo everything she had done. She closed her eyes, centering herself, reaching for the core of the loom. The threads around her swirled, a vast web of light and shadow, a dance of creation and destruction. She could feel the pulse of it, the heartbeat of the universe, and for a moment, she understood. The loom was not just a machine, it was alive, a living entity, breathing with the cosmos itself. It could fight back, it could fight the darkness. Isolde took a step forward, her hands raised. The air around her hummed with energy, crackling with the power of the loom. She had woven the threads of the universe, but now she needed to protect them. She reached deep within herself, calling on the power of the stars, on the energy that flowed through the fabric of the cosmos. A bright, blinding light erupted from her hands, cascading through the loom, rippling outward like a wave of pure energy. The wraiths recoiled, their dark forms shrieking in pain as the light pushed them back. The air crackled with the force of the cosmic energy, and for a brief moment, the stars shone brighter than ever before. Isolde could feel the loom responding to her, its threads vibrating with life, its energy flowing into her, but the wraiths were not so easily defeated. As the light began to fade, their shadows writhed, reforming, reshaping, growing stronger. They were relentless, and they would not stop until they had consumed everything. Isolde's heart clenched. She had bought time, but only just. She needed more power, more strength. She needed to finish weaving the threads before the darkness consumed the stars. With determination in her eyes, she turned back to the loom, her fingers brushing the next thread. This thread was different. It was not just a thread of light, but one of pure energy, of raw creation. She could feel its power, its potential. It was a thread woven from the heart of a star, from the very core of the universe. It was the key to tipping the balance, to restoring the light, but as she reached out to weave it into place, the wraiths surged forward, their shadows closing in like a storm. Isolde could feel their cold fingers brushing against her skin, their whispers in her ear. They were close, too close. She could feel the loom trembling under their influence. With a final, desperate push, she wove the thread into the loom. The moment she did, the stars above her exploded with light. A brilliant, searing light that cut through the darkness, banishing the wraiths back into the void. The loom pulsed with a new rhythm, its threads vibrating with an energy more powerful than ever before. The wraiths howled in fury, their forms twisting in agony as they were pushed back. But Isolde could feel them retreating. Their presence weakening, the light of the stars overpowering their darkness. For a moment, everything was still. The loom shimmered with life, its thread steady once again. The stars shone brightly, their light piercing through the vast expanse of the cosmos. Isolde felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her, but it was not the exhaustion of defeat. It was the exhaustion of victory, the hard-won peace after a battle fought in the very heart of the universe. She had done it. She had restored the balance, but the wraiths were not gone forever. The battle was far from over. They would return. And when they did, Isolde would be ready. She stood tall, her heart steady, her mind focused. The stars were safe, for now. But the loom was not yet finished. There were more threads to weave, more moments to restore, and the wraiths would always be lurking, waiting for their chance to strike again. Isolde took a deep breath, her hands steady once more. The universe was hers to mend. Isolde stood before the loom, her fingers resting lightly on its vast web, feeling its pulse in time with her heartbeat. The stars above flickered gently, their light steady, yet somehow fragile. The battle against the wraiths had taken its toll, but the loom had held firm. The threads were intact for now, but the dark shadows that had once clawed at the edges of the stars were never far. She could feel them stirring. Like a tide just beneath the surface, waiting for the slightest crack to creep through, but the loom was not just a tool, it was alive. And Isolde had learned something in the depths of the struggle. The loom responded not just to her will, but to the will of the universe itself. The very fabric of reality was woven into its threads, and she was part of that weave, just as every star, every story, and every choice was. As she stood there, contemplating her next move, a familiar presence stirred in the shadows of the loom. She sensed it before she saw it, like a ripple in a calm pond, the edges of the fabric trembling, shifting ever so slightly. Then, out of the depths, a single thread appeared before her, glowing faintly in the dim light. It was delicate, almost fragile, but there was something unmistakably ancient about it. A thread that had not been woven into the loom in centuries. Isolde reached out and let her fingers hover above it, feeling its story. This thread was not one of creation, it was one of loss. It hummed with the echoes of forgotten dreams, of paths never walked, of promises unfulfilled. She could almost hear the whisper of the past in the delicate hum of the thread, its pulse faint but insistent, a new challenge. The wraiths had not been the only danger lurking in the cosmic web. There were other forces, subtle yet no less potent, waiting to strike when the balance was weakened. This thread, the thread of loss, was not part of the universe's original design. It was an anomaly, a tear, a reminder of what had been discarded. The loom sensed this too. Its threads shimmered anxiously, shifting to accommodate the presence of the foreign thread. It was a dangerous thing, this interruption in the pattern of the stars. If Isolde chose to weave it, the very nature of the universe would change. Lives would be altered, histories rewritten. There was power here, enough power to reshape the fabric of existence. But with such power came consequences. She could feel it, like a distant storm on the horizon. Do I dare? Isolde whispered to herself, her voice barely audible in the stillness of the loom. She knew the risk. If she wove this thread into the cosmic tapestry, she would be rewriting the past, altering the very foundation of what had been. The balance of light and darkness, creation and destruction, could tip in an instant. She hesitated, looking around her. The loom, in its silent wisdom, did not offer answers. It only offered the choice. She was the one who must decide. A vision flashed before her eyes, the thread of loss unraveling, pulling away from the loom as it was abandoned, leaving only emptiness behind. The wraiths stirred in the darkness, sensing the rip in the fabric of the cosmos, their hunger growing. This was not a tear to be ignored. This was a wound in the universe that, if left untreated, would become a void, swallowing everything in its path. Isolde knew she had no choice. She had to act before the wraiths could exploit this weakness. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and reached out to the thread. It shivered under her touch, as if recognizing the gravity of what was to come. Her fingers threaded through the delicate strands, pulling them toward the loom. The moment she made contact, the air around her shifted, growing dense with the weight of what she was about to do. The fabric of time itself trembled as she wove the thread into place. At first, nothing happened. The thread seemed to settle into the weave, blending seamlessly with the others. The stars above flickered, their light steady, as if nothing had changed. But Isolde knew better. She could feel the shift deep within the loom. The thread had been woven into the tapestry, and now the universe would be different. a deep hum filled the air as the stars shone brighter for a moment. Then, like the turning of a page, the past seemed to unfold before her eyes. The fabric of time rippled, revealing glimpses of lives that had once been but were now lost. Forgotten names, abandoned stories, paths never walked, dreams never realized, all of them illuminated in a burst of starlight. In the center of the loom, a new constellation formed, a pattern unlike any Isolde had seen before. It was the constellation of the forgotten, the lost, the discarded. And within it, a star pulsed, faint but steady. A sign that the thread of loss had been reintroduced into the weave of the universe. But Isolde could feel something else, too, a weight. A presence, lurking just beyond the fabric, pressing in. The wraiths, they had sensed the change. They had felt the disruption in the cosmic balance. Their hunger, their thirst for destruction, had grown more insistent. The thread of loss had weakened the fabric of the stars, and now the wraiths were pushing forward, their shadows lengthening, their cold presence expanding. Isolde's pulse quickened. She had acted, but the consequences were more than she had expected. The wraiths would not let this new thread remain woven into the fabric of the universe. They would do everything in their power to tear it apart. She had to protect it. She had to protect the loom and the new star she had just created. With the wraiths closing in, she reached for the orb at her side, feeling its energy surge. It was a source of light, of creation, but it had its limits. Still, Isolde would not falter. She had woven the thread of loss into the tapestry, now she had to weave the light to protect it. A surge of power coursed through her as she summoned the orb's energy. The light from the orb flared, cutting through the darkness. The stars around her shone brighter, their light forming a protective barrier around the loom. The wraiths recoiled, their shadows shrinking back, hissing in frustration. Isolde stood her ground, heart pounding, her fingers trembling as she held the energy in place. She could feel the wraiths pressing against the light, their cold fingers scraping the edges of the protection she had formed, but she was not alone. The loom was with her. The stars were with her. And together, they would push back the darkness. For a moment, there was silence. Then, with a final burst of light, the wraiths were forced back into the void, their forms dissipating like smoke in the wind. The stars shimmered, their light steady once more. But Isolde knew this was only temporary. The wraiths would return. And when they did, the battle would be even more difficult. She had woven the thread of loss into the fabric of the universe, but the cost was high. And the wraiths would seek to tear it apart. Isolde turned back to the loom, her heart resolute. The universe was not yet whole. But she had made a choice, and now she would see it through. The stars were waiting. The loom hummed with energy as Isolde stood before it, the recent battle still fresh in her mind. The wraiths had been driven back, but the cost had been high. The thread of loss had been woven into the tapestry of the stars, altering the fabric of time itself. Isolde could feel the weight of that decision pressing on her, the knowledge that every choice she made rippled through the cosmos in ways she couldn't fully understand. The stars above glimmered in the endless expanse, their light steady, yet somehow distant. The peace they offered felt fragile, as if it could shatter at any moment. The loom, now more complex than ever, swirled with countless threads, each one representing a story, a moment, a life that had once been. But within that great web, Isolde could also feel the looming darkness, the silent hunger of the race, waiting for any opportunity to tear it all apart. As she gazed at the loom, her fingers gently tracing the threads, she sensed something new. A tug at the edge of her awareness, a thread pulling at the very fabric of the stars. It wasn't the cold emptiness of the wraiths, but something far more subtle, far more dangerous. A quiet whisper filled the air, the faintest echo of a voice, as if the loom itself was speaking to her. The balance is shifting. The words, though soft, carried the weight of a prophecy. Isolde felt them deep in her chest, a pull that reached into the core of her being. She knew what it meant. The loom was alive, and it was aware of the changes she had made. The balance of creation and destruction, of light and shadow, had been disrupted. The thread of loss had not just altered time, it had awakened something within the very heart of the universe. The thread of loss was not a mistake, not an error to be undone, but part of something larger, something ancient. Isolde could feel it now, as though the loom was guiding her, urging her to follow the path she had set in motion. But where would it lead her? And what would it cost to see it through? The hum of the loom grew louder, the threads shifting under her touch. Isolde knew she had to move forward. She had to follow the whisper, follow the pull of the unseen thread, even if she didn't fully understand its meaning. She reached out and pulled at the thread that had been woven into the tapestry. It shimmered with a light of its own, faint but growing stronger as she grasped it. As she did, the universe around her seemed to pause. The stars flickered in unison, the very fabric of space and time holding its breath. The loom glowed brighter, its threads intertwining in patterns that were unfamiliar, chaotic, yet somehow purposeful, and then, she saw it, a vision unfolded before her eyes, a vision of a place far beyond the stars, a place untouched by the loom, a place where the threads of fate had not yet been woven. It was a realm of pure possibility, a blank canvas, waiting to be shaped. But within that emptiness, there was something else, a presence, something ancient, something powerful. Isolde could feel it now, a force beyond comprehension, watching her from the edge of reality. The vision wavered, flickered, and then disappeared, leaving Isolde standing before the loom, heart racing. She had seen it, she had seen the source of the disruption. The balance wasn't just shifting within the universe. It was shifting at the very core of creation itself. The thread of loss had awakened a force that had lain dormant for eons, a force that now stirred with purpose. Isolde stepped back from the loom, her mind racing. The pull of the unseen thread was undeniable. She had to follow it, had to find the source of the disturbance, before it consumed everything. But how? The loom was vast, and the thread was tangled within the very fabric of reality. She needed guidance. A way to navigate this new path. The stars above her flickered, as though responding to her thoughts. And then, in the quietest moment, she felt it, a presence, familiar and yet foreign, as if it had always been there, watching her, waiting. The figure appeared before her in a flash of starlight, its form outlined in shimmering threads. It was neither fully human nor fully celestial, but something in between, its face obscured by a veil of light. The figure spoke, its voice soft yet resonant, carrying the weight of ancient wisdom. Isolde, the time has come. Her breath caught in her throat. The voice was one she recognized, though she had never heard it in this form. It was the voice of the loom itself, but not in the way she had known it. This was something more, something older. The thread you have woven is a key to the unspoken. You have opened a door to the heart of creation, a realm where the loom has no power. It is a place of pure possibility, where all things are born and unmade. But it is also a place of great danger. Isolde's heart raced as the figure stepped closer, its form shifting with the movement of the loom. The stars above them blinked out one by one, replaced by a dark void, a swirling mass of potential energy. You must go, the figure continued. But be warned, the balance is fragile. The wraiths will not allow this new reality to form. They will seek to destroy it, to consume the very essence of possibility itself. You must stand between them and the unknown. You are the seamstress, Isolde, the keeper of the threads. Only you can prevent the collapse. Isolde nodded, her hands trembling, but her resolve steady. She had chosen this path. She had woven the thread of loss, and now she would follow its course, wherever it led. The loom had revealed the next step. It was time to face the force that had awakened, and to protect the balance before it slipped beyond her reach. The figure stepped back, fading into the shadows of the loom. Its last words lingered in the air, echoing in Isolde's mind. Remember, the past is never truly gone, and the future is never fully written. With that, Isolde turned to face the unknown, her heart heavy with the weight of her responsibility. She had glimpsed the truth, the dark heart of creation, and now she would have to confront it. The stars flickered once more, and Isolde, the seamstress of starlight, stepped forward. Isolde stood on the precipice of the unknown. The loom hummed beneath her, its thread stretching into the vastness of the cosmos, an endless sea of possibility. The presence that had appeared before her, the veiled figure of ancient wisdom, had given her a choice, to venture into the heart of creation, where the loom had no dominion, or to remain and protect what she had already woven. Her mind raced with the weight of the decision. The stars, her companions and her guides, twinkled faintly above, their light soft and distant. It was as if they, too, waited for her next move, unsure of what would come next. The wraiths were still out there, hungry, relentless, and the disruption she had created was far from over. But something stirred within her, a pull, a calling to step beyond the familiar threads of fate and into the uncharted, the unknown. She took a deep breath, her hands trembling, and placed her fingers on the loom. The threads of the universe, once so orderly and predictable, now felt chaotic, pulsing with a power that had not been there before. She could feel the delicate thread of loss, now fully woven into the fabric, vibrating with energy. It was as if the very stars themselves were waiting for her to act. To the heart of creation, she whispered to herself, "I must go. I must follow the thread," and with that, she made her decision. The loom responded immediately, its threads shifting, rearranging themselves, pulling apart and weaving anew. The fabric of time itself seemed to twist, and Isolde felt herself being pulled into the current. Her feet lifted off the ground, and the world around her blurred. The stars dimmed, and the loom faded into the distance, leaving only the endless void. A sense of weightlessness overtook her as she was swept into the heart of creation, a place where the loom had no power, where the stars were mere echoes of a dream. The air was thick with the potential of all things, every moment, every choice, waiting to be shaped. The void stretched out before her, an infinite expanse of nothingness, yet somehow full of everything. At first, there was only silence. A deep, unbroken quiet that stretched to the very edges of existence. It was a silence that pressed in on her, filled her, and she felt herself becoming small in its vastness. Then, slowly, the void began to shift. Shapes began to form in the distance, blurs of light and shadow that seemed to pulse with life. At first, they were only fleeting images, too distant to comprehend. But as Isolde focused, they grew clearer. Figures, ancient and primordial, emerged from the shadows, their forms shifting and warping as though they were made of the very essence of creation itself. And then she understood, these were the architects, the beings who shaped the cosmos before the loom had even been conceived. They were not bound by time or space, not governed by the rules that defined the stars. They were the architects of possibility, the creators of all that could be and all that could never be, but Isolde knew instinctively that they were not benevolent. They were not gods to be worshipped, but forces to be reckoned with. Their power was vast, and their intentions unknown. The loom had been created to guide the universe, to give shape to the chaos that the architects had once unleashed. And now, that chaos was stirring once again. A figure stepped forward from the shadows. Unlike the others, this one was not formless, but took on a more solid shape, a figure cloaked in flowing robes of shimmering light. Its face was obscured, but the weight of its gaze was undeniable. It was the one who had called to Isolde, the one who had guided her into this realm. "You have come," the figure said, its voice resonating deep within Isolde's chest. "The loom has woven your path, but it was not the only path. You could have remained in the world you know, safe within its threads. But you chose to venture beyond, to seek the heart of creation itself." Isolde swallowed, her voice barely a whisper. "Why have you called me here? What is this place?" The figure tilted its head slightly, as if contemplating her question. "This is the realm before realms," it said. "The place where all things are born and unmade. It is here that the architects first shaped the stars, where the seeds of all possibilities were sown. But it is also a place of great danger. The fabric of the universe is fragile, and the balance you have disturbed cannot be repaired by the loom alone." Isolde's heart raced. She had known, deep down, that her actions had set something in motion, something that had not been fully understood. The threat of loss had not just altered time, it had opened a door to the very heart of creation, to a place where no mortal should tread. And now, it seemed, she was standing at the edge of something far greater than herself. "Then what am I to do?" she asked, her voice steady despite the fear rising in her chest. "What is it that you want from me?" The figure stepped closer, its form shifting, the robes of light rippling like the surface of water. "We do not want from you, child of the loom," it replied. "We have watched you, and we have seen the potential within you. The thread you have woven is not just a disruption, it is a key. A key to the future of the stars, to the rebirth of all things. The architects are not content with what they have created. They seek more, and they will destroy whatever stands in their way." A wave of realization washed over Isolde. The architects were not gods who wished to create, they were beings of destruction, seeking to unmake what had been woven. They were the wraiths. But more ancient, more powerful. And they had been awakened by the very actions she had taken. You must protect the loom, the figure said, its voice softer now, almost sorrowful. The loom is the last barrier between order and chaos. It is the only thing that can prevent the architects from consuming everything. But the loom cannot stand alone. You must find the others who still remember, who still hold the threads of creation in their hearts. Only together can you rebuild the balance. Isolde nodded slowly, the weight of the task settling over her like a cloak of stone. She had come here seeking answers, but all she had found was more uncertainty. The loom, the architects, the wraiths, all of it was connected in ways she couldn't yet understand. But one thing was clear, the battle was not over. It had only just begun. The figure extended its hand, and a single thread of light appeared before Isolde. "Take this," it said. "It is the first step on your journey. Follow it, and it will lead you to the others." To those who still remember the old ways, Isolde reached out and grasped the thread, feeling its warmth pulse through her fingers. The moment she did, the figure faded into the shadows, leaving her standing alone in the realm before realms, the thread of light glowing softly in her hand. She took a deep breath, her heart steady now, and began to follow the thread. Her journey had only just begun, but already, she could feel the weight of destiny pressing on her shoulders. The loom was waiting. The universe was waiting, and she would not fail. The thread of light pulsed gently in Isolde's hand as she stepped forward, each step carrying her further into the heart of creation. The void around her shifted, its formless expanse slowly taking on shape. It was as though the thread she held was not only guiding her, but also weaving the very fabric of reality around her. The chaotic, infinite emptiness was becoming something more, something structured, something with purpose. The air hummed with energy, an almost tangible vibration that seemed to sync with her heartbeat. The thread was warm now, and as she followed it, it glowed brighter, casting long shadows across the endless void. She felt its pull, the promise of answers, but also the weight of the journey ahead. The figure had told her to find those who still remembered the old ways, those who held the threads of creation in their hearts. But who were they? And where could she find them in a place where nothing and everything coexisted? As she walked, the world around her began to shift in response to her presence. The shadows receded, revealing distant forms, flickers of shapes that seemed to be woven from the very stuff of creation itself. It was as though the realm was waking up, responding to her steps, its pulse aligning with hers. The loom had called her here, and now the very fabric of this place seemed to recognize her as its creator. A figure appeared ahead, a silhouette just beyond the reach of the glowing thread. It was tall, its form outlined by flickers of starlight, shifting between moments in time. The figure's presence was heavy, its movements deliberate as though each step it took held the weight of millennia. "Isolde," the figure called, its voice a deep, resonant echo that seemed to come from all directions. "I knew you would come." Isolde stopped in her tracks, her heart skipping a beat. The figure before her felt familiar, yet strange, as though she had encountered it before in some distant memory, though she could not place when or where. There was something about it that felt like a thread she had once woven. "Now come to life, you are the one who remembers," the figure continued, stepping closer, its face still obscured in the shadows. "The one who walks between the stars. The one who carries the burden of the loom. Isolde's fingers tightened around the thread of light in her hand, her mind racing. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice steady despite the uncertainty she felt. The figure did not respond immediately. Instead, it reached out, its hand extending toward her, the shadows around it swirling like a storm. The air seemed to crackle with energy, and the very ground beneath her feet seemed to pulse in time with the figure's movements. "I am a keeper of the threads," the figure said. Its voice now softer, more intimate. "I am one of the last who remembers the old ways, the ancient truths that have long been forgotten. You seek the others, yes. The ones who still hold the threads of creation. But know this, finding them will not be easy." Isolde stepped closer, feeling the weight of the figure's words. She could sense a power within it, a force that had shaped the stars, woven into the fabric of the universe itself. But there was also something else, a sorrow, a loss that lingered in the figure's presence. "Why?" Isolde asked. "Why is it so difficult to find them? What happened to them?" The figure paused, as if reflecting on a memory too painful to recall. "The balance," it said softly, "was shattered long ago. The architects sought to undo what had been woven, to unmake the threads of the universe and reshape it in their image. Those who held the threads of creation were scattered, hidden away, erased from the very fabric of time. But you, Isolde, you are different. You have woven a new thread, a thread that has the power to heal, to restore what has been lost." A surge of emotion washed over Isolde. She was different. She had created something, she had disturbed the flow of fate, and in doing so, had unlocked a path that no one had walked before. But what would she do with that power? The loom had guided her this far, but now, in this strange realm, she had no map to follow. "Then I must find them," she said, determination in her voice. "I must find the others. I cannot restore the balance alone." The figure's eyes gleamed, shimmering with the same starlight that wove the universe together. "You are not alone," it replied, its voice almost a whisper now. "The thread you carry connects you to them. They are scattered, but not beyond reach. The loom has shown you the way, and now it will guide you through the darkest places, through the edges of time itself." The figure stepped back, its form dissolving into the swirling shadows around them. "But be warned, Isolde," it called out. "The wraiths are not idle. They are watching, waiting for the moment to strike. They will stop at nothing to prevent the restoration of the threads. The architects will stop at nothing to remake the universe in their image. And you, the seamstress, must be ready to stand against them." With those final words, the figure disappeared, leaving Isolde alone once again in the ever-shifting void. The thread of light in her hand pulsed brightly, urging her forward. Isolde took a deep breath, closing her eyes for a moment. The weight of what she had just learned settled on her shoulders. The wraiths, the architects, they were ancient forces, born of destruction, and they would not allow the threads of creation to be restored without a fight. But she was ready. She had to be. With the thread in her hand, she began walking once more, following its glow through the ever-shifting expanse. The journey ahead was uncertain, fraught with danger and dark forces. But Isolde knew one thing for certain: she was the last seamstress of the stars. The loom had chosen her, and she would not fail, Isolde moved through the realm of creation, the thread of light flickering in her hand, leading her deeper into the unknown. The air hummed with a strange energy, as if the very fabric of the universe itself responded to her presence. The thread grew brighter the further she walked, guiding her along an ever-shifting path, a luminous trail through the swirling void. Each step she took felt heavier, as if she were walking not only through space but through time itself. The realms seemed to shift around her. At times, the void was vast and empty, an endless expanse of nothingness, and at other times, it seemed to be filled with distant echoes of worlds long forgotten. She could feel the weight of her mission pressing down on her, a responsibility far greater than she had ever imagined. Her thoughts drifted back to the figure, the keeper of the threads, and the warning it had given her. The wraiths were still out there, and the architects, those ancient forces of destruction, were not idle. They would stop at nothing to prevent the restoration of the threads. Isolde couldn't shake the sense that every step she took brought her closer to a confrontation she was not yet prepared for, but she had no choice. The loom, the stars, the very fabric of creation, all of it depended on her now. She had woven the first thread, and the path ahead was clear, though perilous. As she walked, she began to notice changes in the world around her. The light of the thread was no longer the only source of illumination. Far in the distance, she saw flickers of light, small, bright spots scattered across the void. They were stars, but not the stars she knew. These were different, their light pulsing with a strange rhythm, as if they were alive, breathing in and out. Their light flickering like the heartbeat of the universe. Isolde's heart quickened as she realized what she was seeing. These were the stars of creation, stars that had been woven into existence before the loom had been spun. They were the very essence of the threads of fate, the raw power of the cosmos before it had been shaped by the hands of the loom's weavers. She approached the nearest star, and as she drew closer, she could feel its energy radiating outward, a pulse that matched her own heartbeat. The light from the star flickered and wavered, as if it were struggling to maintain its form. Isolde reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing the surface of the star, and immediately the energy surged through her. It was as though the star was speaking to her, its voice not one of sound, but of feeling, of sensation. The star's message was clear, the fabric of the universe was fraying, the threads of creation weakening. The architects, the forces of destruction, were tearing at the very heart of existence, unraveling what had been woven. The star's light flickered again, and Isolde could feel a sense of urgency rise within her. She knew what she had to do. The loom had been created to hold the threads together, to maintain the balance, but now, with the architects at work, the loom alone could not protect the universe from unraveling completely. She needed to find the others, the ones who remembered the old ways. Who could help her weave the new threads that would restore the balance? She pulled her hand back from the star, feeling the energy fade from her fingertips. The thread in her hand pulsed brighter, its light now steady, guiding her forward. She began walking once more, but this time, with greater purpose. The star had shown her the way, the threads of creation were still out there, waiting to be reclaimed, waiting for her to gather them and restore what had been lost. But as she walked, the void around her began to shift again. The light from the thread flickered, casting long shadows across the space. The stars, once so distant, were now close enough that she could almost feel their warmth. The sense of urgency grew, and she quickened her pace, the path before her narrowing as the world seemed to close in around her, and then, out of the shadows, a figure appeared. It was a woman, tall and graceful, draped in robes of silver and starlight. Her face was hidden by a veil of shimmering light, but her presence was unmistakable. Isolde could feel the power radiating from her, a deep, ancient force that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of creation. She was one of the others, one of the keepers of the threads. The woman's eyes met Isolde's, and for a moment, there was silence. The air between them crackled with energy, as if the two of them were connected by something deeper than the loom. Something older, something that transcended even the stars. "You have come," the woman said, her voice soft but powerful, like the hum of the stars themselves. "I have been waiting." Isolde hesitated for a moment, the weight of the moment settling over her. This was one of the keepers, one of the last who remembered the old ways. She had found her, just as the figure had said she would. But there was something else in the woman's gaze, a recognition, a knowing. "Why?" Isolde asked, her voice steady. "Why are the stars flickering? Why is the balance failing?" The woman's expression darkened, and she stepped closer, her form shimmering with starlight. "The architects seek to unmake what has been woven. They believe that the threads of creation are flawed, that the loom is a mistake. But they do not understand. Without the loom, there is only chaos. And without the stars, there is nothing." The woman's voice trembled slightly, as if the words were a truth too heavy to bear. "I was one of the first to see the unraveling. I fled before the wraiths could find me. But now, they are closing in. And the loom can no longer hold the threads alone." Isolde's heart quickened. "Then we must stop them," she said, her voice resolute. "Together, we can restore the balance." The woman nodded, her eyes gleaming with a mixture of sorrow and hope. "Yes. But it will not be easy. The wraiths are relentless. And the architects will stop at nothing to erase what we have woven." Isolde's grip on the thread of light tightened, her resolve strengthening. She had come so far, and there was no turning back now. The loom, the stars, the threads of creation, they all depended on her. And now, she was not alone. Together, they would face the darkness, and together, they would restore what had been lost. The air between Isolde and the mysterious woman crackled with anticipation, the gravity of their meeting sinking into Isolde's bones. The woman before her, the keeper of the threads, stood resolute, her form shimmering with starlight, as though she herself was woven from the very fabric of the universe. The stars that had once seemed so distant now pulsed more brightly around them, their light intensifying, as if they were aware of the gathering storm. Isolde could feel the weight of the stars pressing down on her, a responsibility she hadn't yet fully grasped, but one that was now undeniably hers. The loom, the threads, the cosmic balance, they were all tied to her next move. The woman's eyes bore into hers, filled with a mixture of understanding and sorrow. "You were chosen, Isolde," she said, her voice both soft and firm. "The loom has woven you into this moment, into this fight. The architect's plan to unravel the stars is no simple task, but it is not without hope. You carry the last thread of creation, the one that will weave the stars back into alignment." Isolde looked down at the thread in her hand. It pulsed, its light bright and steady, an anchor in the growing darkness. Her fingers traced its delicate fibers, feeling the hum of the universe within it, the lives of countless beings, the very essence of creation itself. She felt the enormity of what was at stake, but the wraiths. Isolde's voice faltered for a moment. They will stop at nothing. How can we fight them? How can we fight the architects when they have already begun to tear apart the threads? The woman's face softened, and she stepped closer, her robes rustling like the sound of distant stars. The wraiths are relentless, yes. But they are not invincible. The architects may believe they can unmake creation, but they are blind to the truth that the threads, once woven, cannot be unraveled without consequences. She paused, her gaze darkening with a deep, ancient sorrow. I fled from them once, Isolde. I thought I could escape the fight, but now, the universe has called me back. The balance must be restored. And you are the key. Isolde met the woman's gaze, determination flooding her heart. I won't let the threads unravel, she said, her voice steady despite the fear that simmered beneath the surface. But I don't know how to stop them. I only know how to weave. The woman smiled, a hint of sadness in her expression. That is more than enough, Isolde. You are the seamstress of starlight. You weave the fabric of the universe, but you must also unweave it. Sometimes, the threads must be broken before they can be rejoined. Isolde's brow furrowed. Unweave. But the loom is not just a tool, the woman interjected gently. It is the heart of creation. But even the heart must beat, must pulse with life and death, with light and shadow. If the architects are to be stopped, if creation is to be restored, you must understand the power of breaking as well as weaving. Isolde felt a deep unease stir within her. Could she truly break what had been woven? Could she truly risk the destruction of the very fabric she was trying to save? And yet, deep within, she knew that the woman spoke the truth. The loom was not just a tool, it was a force. To restore the balance, she would need to learn to wield it in ways she had never imagined. The woman stepped back, her form becoming less solid, the starlight around her flickering like a fading dream. I cannot help you directly, she said, her voice growing distant, but I will leave you with something. A gift, a way to call upon the ancient ones. Those who remember the old ways, who hold the knowledge you will need to face the architects. You will need them, Isolde. They are your only hope. With that, the woman vanished, her figure dissolving into the starlight, leaving Isolde standing alone once again. But no longer uncertain. The thread pulsed in her hand, and she knew what she had to do. The loom had chosen her, and it would not abandon her now. The stars around her shimmered and swirled as though they were responding to her resolve. She closed her eyes, reaching deep within herself, letting the thread guide her, letting it speak to her. She could feel the ancient power of the loom, the thread stretching out before her, connecting her to all that had been and all that would be, and then, as though the stars themselves were opening a path before her, a voice whispered through the fabric of the universe. Follow the thread to the heart of the world, the voice said. There, you will find the answers. There, you will find the others. But beware, for the wraiths are already hunting. Isolde opened her eyes, her heart pounding in her chest. The path ahead was clearer now. She knew what she had to do. She had to find the others, those who remembered the old ways, who could help her fight the architects and restore the threads of creation. But first, she had to reach the heart of the world. The stars flickered as she began to move once more, the thread guiding her through the shifting void. The journey would be perilous, and time was running out. But with each step, she felt the weight of the loom settle upon her shoulders, and with it, the strength to face whatever lay ahead. The wraiths would come for her. The architects would try to tear the universe apart, but she would not falter. She was the seamstress of starlight. She was the one who wove the threads of creation, and she would not let them be undone, not while she still had breath in her body. Isolde's footsteps echoed in the vast emptiness, each one a ripple in the fabric of the universe. The path before her stretched out like a thread of light, leading her deeper into the heart of the world. The starlight, once distant and faint, now pulsed with a steady rhythm, surrounding her like a cocoon of energy. It was as if the very cosmos were aware of her mission, guiding her forward, though the weight of her task felt heavier with each passing moment. The wraiths were still out there, lurking in the shadows of the stars. Isolde could feel their presence, like a chill creeping through the space around her. They were relentless, and though the thread in her hand pulsed with the power of creation, she knew she couldn't face them alone. The woman, the keeper of the threads, had warned her, she would need the others, those who remembered the ancient ways, to stand a chance against the architects. Her fingers tightened around the thread, and for a brief moment, she felt a strange flicker of something, a pulse, a flicker of light beyond the stars. A presence, unmistakable and ancient, seemed to answer her call. She followed its pull, her heart quickening as the thread in her hand began to guide her more decisively, as if it knew the path better than she did. The further she went, the more the world around her seemed to shift. The void, once an endless ocean of darkness, began to fill with echoes, distant whispers, faint traces of memories long forgotten. The stars flickered, not with the sharp brilliance she had seen before, but with a soft, melancholic glow, as though they were mourning something lost. She walked for what felt like an eternity, the path narrowing until it was just a slender thread of light winding through the darkness. And then, ahead of her, she saw it, a glowing portal, shimmering with the light of 1,000 stars, stood before her like a gateway to another realm. It was neither entirely solid or entirely ethereal, its surface rippling like the surface of a calm sea disturbed by a gentle breeze. The thread in her hand pulsed stronger as she approached, as if urging her to cross. But there was a hesitation in Isolde's heart. The portal was beautiful, yes, but it also exuded a sense of danger. It was a doorway to the unknown, and though she knew the answers lay beyond it, she could not shake the feeling that something, or someone, was waiting for her on the other side. Still, there was no turning back. The loom had chosen her. She had to find the others. She had to restore the balance. Taking a deep breath, Isolde stepped forward. The moment she crossed the threshold, the world around her shifted. The starlight seemed to dim, and the air grew thick with tension, as though the very universe was holding its breath. The portal closed behind her with a soft, almost imperceptible click, leaving her in a space that seemed to exist outside of time. She was no longer in the void, no longer in the space between worlds. Before her stood a vast, sprawling city, its towers made of pure starlight, gleaming with an ethereal glow. The buildings stretched high into the sky, their shapes impossible to define, as though they were both there and not there at once. It was a city unlike any she had ever seen, a city that existed in the very fabric of the stars. This was the heart of the world, the realm where the ancient ones, the keepers of the old ways, resided. And it was here that she would find the answers she sought. The city was silent, the air still and unbroken, save for the faint hum of energy that seemed to vibrate through everything. As she moved deeper into the heart of the city, she felt a strange pull, a magnetic force guiding her towards something. Ahead of her, a figure emerged from the shadows of one of the tall towers. It was a man, his form shimmering with a soft, otherworldly light. His eyes, when they met hers, were filled with both wisdom and sorrow, as though he had seen the rise and fall of countless stars. "You've come," the man said, his voice both deep and gentle, like the resonance of a distant drumbeat. "The thread has brought you here," Isolde nodded, her heart pounding in her chest. "I need your help," she said. "I cannot stop the architects alone. The threads. They are unraveling. I need to learn how to restore them." The man studied her for a long moment, his gaze unwavering. "The loom has chosen you," he said softly. "But there is much you do not yet understand. The threads are not just creations to be woven. They are living, breathing forces. You cannot simply repair what has been broken without understanding what it is you are mending." Isolde's brow furrowed, confusion clouding her mind. "What do you mean?" "The threads are the fabric of creation. I have to fix them." The man stepped closer, his presence filling the space with a quiet, overwhelming power. "You cannot simply fix what is broken," he said, his voice a whisper now, as though afraid of the power his words contained. "You must understand the nature of what has been undone. The architects seek to destroy not just the threads, but the very essence of the universe. They wish to erase the memory of creation, to cast it into nothingness." He paused, his eyes darkening with a pain that was ancient and deep. "And yet, there is still hope. The loom has chosen you, Isolde, because you are capable of something that the architects have forgotten, the ability to weave and unweave with intention. To balance creation with destruction. To break in order to rebuild." Isolde's mind raced, her thoughts swirling. Could it be true? Could she, the seamstress of starlight, truly have the power to break as well as to weave? It seemed like a terrible risk, a dangerous gamble with the very threads of existence. But deep down, she knew that the balance between creation and destruction was the only way to restore the order that had been lost. The man looked at her with an expression of quiet understanding. "You must gather the others," he said. "The keepers of the threads. The ancient ones who still remember the old ways. Only together can you face the architects and restore what has been undone." Isolde nodded, her determination solidifying. The path ahead was clearer now, though no less perilous. She would need to find the others, those who had hidden away from the wrath of the wraiths. Those who held the knowledge she lacked, and perhaps, just perhaps, with their help, she could restore the loom, defeat the architects, and save the stars from eternal darkness. But first, she had to face the greatest challenge of all, herself. The city of starlight pulsed around Isolde like a beating heart, each tower, each glimmer of light resonating with the same energy that surged within her. The man, the keeper of ancient knowledge, had spoken of the others, those who could help her in the battle against the architects, those who could help her understand the power she wielded. But she knew, deep down, that to succeed, she would have to become something more. The seamstress of starlight could not simply weave the universe back together. She would have to unweave it too. She would need to learn how to destroy in order to rebuild. The path to the Ancient Ones was long and fraught with dangers she could scarcely imagine. Yet, for the first time since stepping into the stars, Isolde felt a sense of purpose that cut through the uncertainty like a sharp blade through fabric. There were no more questions of whether she was ready, only a deep, undeniable truth: the loom had chosen her. The threads were hers to mend. The man who had greeted her, standing at the threshold of this forgotten city, studied her with a quiet intensity. His presence, though gentle, radiated an ancient strength. He was no stranger to the weight of the universe. "I can show you the way," he said, his voice low, "but the journey will test you in ways you cannot yet understand." Isolde nodded, feeling the gravity of his words settle within her like a stone in her chest. There was no turning back now. She had crossed the threshold of the city of starlight. There was no way but forward. With a wave of his hand, the keeper gestured for her to follow him. As they walked, the city unfolded before them like a living, breathing tapestry. The structures around them were made of radiant energy, ever shifting and glowing with the light of countless stars. Some of the buildings seemed to pulse with life, their forms twisting and turning like the intricate patterns of a cosmic dance. "These are the keepers," the man explained, his voice barely above a whisper. "They have lived for millennia, long before the architects came. They remember the old ways, the ways of weaving and unweaving, of creation and destruction. They will know how to help you understand the loom." Isolde's heart raced at the thought of meeting them. She had always thought of the Ancient Ones as myths, stories told by those who wished to understand the origins of the universe. But now, standing on the edge of this celestial city, she realized that the myths were real, and they were her only hope. As they walked deeper into the heart of the city, the air grew heavier with a strange energy. The stars above seemed to shimmer with a soft, ethereal glow, casting long shadows on the cobbled streets. It was a place out of time, a place that existed between moments, between the threads of fate. After what felt like an eternity, they reached the center of the city. There, in a grand hall carved from pure starlight, stood 3 figures. They were tall, their bodies cloaked in shimmering robes that seemed to ripple with the movements of the stars themselves. Their faces were obscured, but their eyes, bright and knowing, shone through the darkness like beacons. The man who had led Isolde turned to face her. "These are the keepers," he said, his voice laced with reverence. "They are the guardians of the loom. And they have watched over it for eons. Only they can teach you how to control the power you hold." Isolde stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat. She had imagined this moment in countless ways, but nothing could have prepared her for the overwhelming presence of these beings. One of the keepers, the tallest of them all, stepped forward. His voice was a deep, resonant echo, like the sound of 1,000 stars being born. "Isolde," he said, his tone both welcoming and foreboding. "You have come to us seeking knowledge. But knowledge alone will not be enough. You must understand the weight of the loom and the cost of its power." Isolde felt a chill run through her as the keeper's words settled over her like a shroud. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. the keeper's gaze bore into her, as though he could see through her, past the surface of her soul. The loom is not a simple tool, he continued. It is a living force, a creation of the first cosmic beings. It was crafted to weave the fabric of the universe, to hold the stars in place, to ensure the balance of creation and destruction. But it is also capable of unweaving what has been created. The architects have learned how to twist its power, how to unravel the threads of existence. They seek to break the loom, to undo everything that has been. Isolde swallowed hard, trying to comprehend the magnitude of the keeper's words. And I have the power to stop them, the keeper nodded slowly. You are the seamstress of starlight. The loom has chosen you. But you must understand the consequences of wielding such power. To weave is to create, but to unweave is to destroy. The balance between these forces is delicate. If you fail to find that balance, everything you seek to protect may be lost. Isolde's heart ached at the thought. She had never been one for destruction, never for undoing what had been made. But now, it seemed, the very fabric of the universe depended on her ability to grasp both creation and destruction in equal measure. What must I do? She asked, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. The keeper stepped closer, his eyes softening with understanding. You must seek the heart of the loom, he said. There, you will find the key to restoring the balance. But be warned, the journey will not be easy. The wraiths will stop at nothing to prevent you from reaching it. And even if you succeed, the cost will be great. Isolde nodded, the weight of her destiny settling like a cloak around her shoulders. She had already made the choice to walk this path. There was no turning back now. I will go, she said, her voice firm. The keeper gave a small, knowing smile. Then the stars are with you. Remember, the loom will guide you, but only you can choose how to weave its threads. As Isolde turned to leave, the city of starlight seemed to shimmer and shift, the paths ahead twisting like the threads of fate. The journey to the heart of the loom awaited her, and with it, the ultimate choice, to create, to destroy, or to find a new path entirely. The weight of the universe lay heavy on her shoulders, but she was ready. For she was the seamstress of starlight, and the stars would not fade while she still had breath in her body. The journey to the heart of the loom was not one Isolde had prepared for, nor could she have. The keepers had spoken of it in hushed tones, their warnings heavy with the gravity of what lay ahead. They had said it would test her, her will, her strength, and her understanding of the delicate balance between creation and destruction. But no amount of preparation could have truly equipped her for what she was about to face. As she left the grand hall of the keepers, the city of starlight seemed to fade into the distance, its gleaming towers becoming distant pinpricks of light in the vastness of the cosmos. The path ahead was dark, winding, and fraught with uncertainty. The stars above, though bright, offered no clear direction. The thread in her hand, the only tether to the loom, pulsed softly, a quiet reminder of the immense power she held and the immense responsibility that came with it. The further she ventured, the more the universe around her seemed to shift. The air grew heavier, charged with a strange, unfamiliar energy. The space between the stars seemed to warp, bending and twisting in ways that defied the laws of reality. It was as if she were walking through a realm that was both a dream and a nightmare, a place that existed outside of time and space. The loom, she realized, was not simply a tool, it was a force, a living entity with a will of its own. And it was pulling her deeper into its grasp. As Isolde moved forward, she sensed the presence of the wraiths, their dark energy lingering in the air like a shadow. The keepers had warned her of them, these twisted, spectral beings who sought to undo everything she was trying to protect. They were remnants of the architect's ancient work, twisted echoes of creation itself, and they were drawn to the loom's power. The closer she got to her destination, the more their presence seemed to weigh on her, a constant reminder of the danger she faced, and yet, despite the fear gnawing at her heart, Isolde pressed on. The loom's thread in her hand was her guide, a lifeline that led her forward through the ever-changing landscape of stars and shadows. She knew that the heart of the loom was close, she could feel it in her bones, a pulsing, throbbing energy that resonated with her very soul. It was a place of great power, a nexus where the threads of the universe converged. Then, as if summoned by her thoughts, the landscape around her began to shift once more. The stars seemed to recede, leaving only a vast, swirling void. In the center of this void stood a colossal structure, its form both alien and familiar, like the embodiment of the very fabric of the universe itself. The heart of the loom, it was a massive, crystalline entity, its surface shifting and changing as though it were both solid and liquid. Pulses of energy radiated from it, each one sending ripples through the space around her. The loom itself, she realized, was not merely a tool but a living, breathing organism, a heart of the universe, pumping the energy that held all things together. It was beautiful, terrifying, and overwhelming in its sheer scale, but there was no time to marvel at its grandeur. The wraiths were closing in, their presence growing stronger, more oppressive. Isolde could feel them now, their dark energy pressing against her, their eyes, if they could be called eyes, watching from the shadows. They were coming for the loom, for the heart, to unmake it, to undo everything she was fighting to preserve. With every ounce of strength she had, Isolde stepped forward, the thread in her hand glowing brighter with each step. She reached out, her fingers brushing against the surface of the heart, and as she did, a surge of energy erupted from within it. Throwing her back, she landed hard, the world spinning around her as the power of the heart coursed through her. The thread in her hand burned with intensity, but it was not pain, it was awakening. The loom was responding to her, recognizing her as its chosen seamstress, but the wraiths were closing in, their dark forms coalescing from the shadows. They were upon her in an instant, their tendrils of darkness reaching out, seeking to tear her apart, to undo the very essence of her being. Isolde's heart pounded in her chest, and in that moment, she knew what she had to do. She could not just weave the threads back together. She could not simply fix the universe, she had to confront the darkness. To destroy the very force that sought to unravel everything. The loom had given her the power to create, but it had also given her the power to destroy. To break in order to rebuild, summoning every ounce of strength she had, Isolde raised the thread high. The wraiths screamed as the energy of the loom flooded the space around her, its raw power overwhelming them, pushing them back. The darkness writhed and twisted, but it could not hold against the force of creation itself, and then, with a final, desperate cry, Isolde plunged the thread into the heart of the loom. The explosion of light and energy that followed was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The stars above seemed to explode into a cascade of brilliant light, and the wraiths howled in fury as their forms disintegrated into nothingness. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend and twist around her, the threads of the universe weaving and unweaving in a frenzy. For a moment, there was nothing but light, the purest, most blinding light. Isolde felt herself being pulled into it, her body and soul unraveling in the face of such overwhelming power. But in that moment, she understood. She understood the balance. Creation and destruction. To weave and to unweave. They were not opposing forces, they were two sides of the same coin, both necessary for the universe to exist. As the light began to fade, Isolde found herself standing before the heart of the loom once more. But it was no longer the chaotic, swirling mass it had once been. It was calm, steady, its surface glowing with a soft, peaceful light. The universe around her seemed to breathe once more, the threads of creation knitting together in perfect harmony. The wraiths were gone, and the architects, though still a distant threat, no longer seemed to hold the power they once did. Isolde stood in the heart of the universe, the seamstress of starlight, her mission complete. She had woven the threads of fate, and in doing so, she had saved the stars from falling into darkness. But as she looked at the heart of the loom, she knew that her work was never truly done. The universe was a tapestry, ever shifting, ever changing. And she, the seamstress, would continue to guide the threads of creation, weaving them together with care, with purpose, and with love. For as long as the stars shone in the sky, her work would never be finished. The heart of the loom pulsed softly in front of Isolde, its glow now a serene, steady light that seemed to resonate with the very core of her being. The chaos of the battle had subsided, and with it, a strange calm had settled over the universe. The wraiths, the architects, they were all gone, at least for now. But Isolde knew the peace she had fought for was not permanent. The balance of the universe was fragile, a web held together by the faintest of threads. She stepped away from the heart, feeling the weight of what she had just done. The loom was still alive, but now it was her to guide. The power of creation and destruction pulsed through her veins, her every step charged with the energy of the cosmos itself. She was no longer just a seamstress of starlight, she had become part of the loom itself, a weaver of the universe's very fabric. But even as she stood in the heart of the cosmos, Isolde knew her journey was far from over. The loom had given her power, yes, but it had also burdened her with a responsibility far greater than she had ever imagined. The threads of fate were delicate, and even the slightest misstep could lead to untold consequences. As Isolde walked, the stars around her began to shift. They swirled, dancing in intricate patterns, as if they were reacting to her every movement. The universe was alive with possibility, and every choice she made could create ripples through the fabric of time and space. She had the power to rebuild, but also the power to break. The choice, as always, lay in her hands. She was no longer alone. The keepers, who had guided her so far, appeared before her once more, their forms glowing softly in the twilight of the cosmos. They had been watching, waiting for this moment, for the seamstress to return to the loom with the knowledge of the balance she had discovered. "You have done well," Isolde, the tallest of them, said, his voice reverberating in the stillness. "You have brought the universe back from the brink. But the work is never truly done. The loom requires constant tending, and the threads of fate must be woven with care. Isolde nodded, understanding the weight of his words. She could feel the loom's pulse in the distance, a soft rhythm that marked the passage of time. It was not just her destiny to weave, it was her duty to protect the balance. But there is more to be done, the keeper continued. The architects may be gone, but their influence remains. They planted seeds of corruption in the fabric of the universe, threads of chaos that cannot be easily undone. Isolde's heart tightened at the thought. She had faced the architects, fought their minions, and unraveled their dark influence. But even now, their shadow lingered. Where must I go? Isolde asked, her voice steadied despite the uncertainty she felt inside. The keeper's eyes softened. The architect's influence is not just in the past. It is also in the future. There are places where the threads of fate have become tangled, where the loom has begun to unravel once more. You must seek these places, repair the damage, and prevent the architects from finding another way to twist the fabric of the universe. Isolde understood. The battle was not over. The loom was not simply a tool of creation, it was a living entity. And like all living things, it needed care, it needed protection. The architect's legacy would continue to poison the threads of fate, unless she could find a way to undo it. I will find these places, she said, her voice resolute. And I will restore the balance. The keeper nodded, his gaze filled with pride. The universe is vast, Isolde. But you are not alone. The loom will guide you, and the stars will watch over you. Your journey will not be easy, but it will be worth it. As the keepers faded into the distance, Isolde turned her gaze toward the stars. The universe was a tapestry, vast and endless, with threads of light and darkness intertwined. It was hers to guide, to mend, and to protect. The loom pulsed again, a reminder of the responsibility she carried, but also of the incredible gift it had given her. The power to weave, to create, to restore. And, when necessary, to destroy. She took a deep breath, feeling the weight of the stars around her, the hum of the loom in her chest. There was much work to be done, but Isolde was ready. She was the seamstress of starlight, the weaver of fate, and the universe was hers to protect. With the thread of the loom still glowing brightly in her hand, she stepped forward into the unknown, knowing that whatever the future held, she was prepared. For the stars, and the threads of fate, would always lead her home.